Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large counselor.
Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council.
And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
City Council meeting. We appreciate you joining us as we conduct the city's business. And we will get to the business at hand in just a moment, but first we're going to begin as we always do, and that's by asking God's presence on these proceedings. And we've got Reverend Michael Sherman from Winton Hill Baptist Church of Columbus, I believe is here.
Right here, man.
Oh, right there, Michael.
There we go.
Sorry, man, it's early. You snuck up on me. Let me turn the podium over to you, sir.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this day and all days. This is the day that you've made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We come now, God, to beseech you on behalf of our city council and our city, that in this session that your peace shall reign and that your wisdom shall be felt, and that each member shall be endowed with power and wisdom to make the right decisions for the betterment of our community and our city. Pray, God, that you'll bless the mayor and his staff, the city manager and his staff, and all councilmen, and all those who attend for awards and for issues that are brought before the city. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pastor Sherman, thank you, sir. I don't know why I didn't see you there. And listen, thank you, too, for the service you provide for the marshal's office as the chaplain, too. Sheriff, we need to back this up and start over, don't we? Parked in the wrong spot. Oh, man. We're going to try to get, I'm almost afraid to try to lead us in the pledge, but I'm going to give it a shot. So if y'all would, join me in the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, let's see if we can get things rolling a little bit smoother. We do have Councilor House attending today's meeting virtually. He had something that's keeping him close to home today, but he will be able to cast his votes, and you'll see those reflected by the clerk. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of June 28th. There's a motion second to approve the minutes. Any discussion, any edits? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed? All right, before we get started, we have an opportunity, and I hope I don't mess this up. We have an opportunity to acknowledge and lift up and recognize some real-life heroes here in Columbus, Georgia. Over the last couple of weeks, we've had two incidents that children nearly lost their lives and likely would have had it not been for those who were able to intervene on their behalf. And so we're going to start with Greg Countryman, Jr., Deputy Sheriff, and I'm going to ask him to come up to the podium. This is nothing but an opportunity to shine a public light on the actions of some individuals in this community. And I'm going to briefly state what happened, and I'm going to turn it over to you if you want to add anything or if I got anything wrong. Greg was on his way home after a shift, was actually off duty, and heard a call come across, realized he was within a reasonable distance, and immediately diverted his route from heading home to heading to this location where he came upon a woman and twin 2-year-olds. Both the 2-year-olds had found their way into a swimming pool, and they were both unconscious. The woman was doing CPR on one of the twins, and Deputy Countryman immediately took action and began CPR on the other one. both of them came back around. And matter of fact, he went back and visited both of these youngsters as they were in the hospital recovering. And, you know, we talk about the rigors of the job of our law enforcement officers. And we can't lose sight of the fact that their number one job is to protect life. And that was personified by the immediate action of Mr. Countryman, and his training kicked in. We are just exceptionally proud of you and all of the men and women of your organization that you represent, because we know all of them are trained and likely would have responded the same way. But we just want you to know the City of Columbus thanks you. I know that family thanks you. And this council is incredibly proud of your actions. If you would join me in recognizing Gregory Countryman. Mike is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say first thank you to the mayor, city manager, and rest of the city council for inviting me out here this morning. It's definitely a blessing to be able to come out here with great people and be recognized as well. Also, I would like to give thanks to God for giving me the strength to be able to rescue the twins. Also, I would like to thank the Sheriff's Office for being here and supporting me, and also my family and friends as well. But I would like to give thanks to God.
We are exceptionally proud of you. Councilor Huff?
Good morning, sir. Congratulations to you. You all, as a group, work very well together, but it says a lot about your personality, your demeanor, your training. Whenever any officer, but especially you in this moment in time, hear a call, you're off duty, and you take time to respond to that call. As we saw during the news piece, the mother is extremely happy and indebted to you, because we all know the bond between a mother and a child. So thank you for what you did. You didn't have to do it. So thank you for taking time out to do it, and continue to grow and work with all the experience that you have around you, because you're off to a great start. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilor Garrett.
I just wanted to say that the apple does not fall far from the tree. You're a hero just like your dad, and I probably am the only counselor up here who has a 2-year-old, and I can tell you as a parent, knowing that each and every one of you is out there to protect us and there to save lives means the world. You are making the ultimate sacrifice you can for this community to make it safer, and I'm just absolutely grateful for you, and I'm grateful for your dad, and I'm grateful for his leadership and that he raised you the way he did, because you're a fine young man, and we appreciate everything you've done.
Thanks, sir. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I was watching, I believe it was Good Morning America, and there was a story that it was a teaser that was coming up where a public safety officer had saved several young people. And I says, that's Greg Countryman Jr. that's coming up. And when it came up, it was another story very similar to your heroic act, where public safety, you probably saw it on TV, but it was a similar story. And when I saw that it wasn't you on Good Morning America, I said, well, that's okay, we can do better, we'll put him on CCG TV. And so I commend you, I thank you, and as Councilor Walker Garrett said, you know, I know your father, your mother, your family, they're all proud of you, especially your father. You know, I have a son, Isaiah Hughley Jr., and when your namesake does something great, it just makes you proud. And so I commend you. I know your father is happy, but thank you for your service, your dedication, and commitment. And, you know, it couldn't be better for you than to be a deputy in an organization led by your father, who's the sheriff. of Muskogee County. So I commend both of you, and thank you to the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the way you represent the department and for the way that you protect the citizens of Muskogee County. Thank you, Greg. One more round of applause for the young man, please. Do it. Counselor Woodson.
Mr. Mayor, I can let this go by with asking for a point of privilege, because as we're recognizing our public safety, I received a text this morning from someone who said to me, I always am angry at the police department, but today I'm very proud. A citizen was broken down between the intersection of Jensen and Macon Row, car number 783, to tell him thank you at council tomorrow. He stopped to help this elderly man whose cars broke in the middle of the intersection. It was very hot out. The traffic was very quickly. And this officer, whoever car 783 is, I didn't get it. I got it this morning, so I couldn't call chief, did the right thing, help a citizen. And why there's a lot of negativity towards public safety, there's a lot of positive good things they do. And so, Mayor, I'm asking you on behalf of this constituent, find out who that gentleman is, that officer, and tell him thank you for doing the right thing. Because he could have just drove by, and he could have went and go and do something else. But yet, he took the time to stop and help this gentleman at a time where the traffic was very high. It was very hot. The humidity was bad. And he stood there and helped this gentleman. And the citizen saw it, and the citizen wants him to know that it's appreciated.
We will make sure that.
I thought it would be the perfect time since we
Absolutely.
recognize
We'll
the
make
sheriff.
certain that the chief is able to recognize that individual for those actions. We actually have another group here that we want to also recognize. You know, we're always talking about the river and about what an incredible asset it is. Pardon me, but we also acknowledge that the river is incredibly dangerous. If you're not wearing a flotation device and you get in that river, the odds are against you. And recently, we have seen our river turn into one of the most magnificent recreational attractions in the entire nation. And one of the reasons is because of the outstanding services that the guides from Whitewater Express provide for all these people, because we see them, and these automobile tags are from all over. They're not just here in Muskogee County. And so these guys are ambassadors for this community. But another service that they provide, we never think about it, but they're floating lifeguards. I mean, they're monitoring what's going on in that river, not just taking care of the people in their raft, but they're also being very aware of their surroundings. And thankfully, they have perfected that, because it meant the difference between life and death for a 7-year-old little boy about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So I'm going to ask these guides to come up, and we'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves in a minute. But if you all would come up to the podium so that we can acknowledge you. I'm going to read an email that came from Dan Gilbert, who is the owner and manager of Whitewater Express, and give you a little bit of an idea. And then I'd like y'all to kind of fill in some blanks, because I know he was being humble on behalf of all of y'all. But his email read, last Wednesday, this was received on Saturday, July 9th. Last Wednesday, our guides were coming through Wave Shaper, which is one of the rock formations that provides some of the more thrilling experiences. They noticed people screaming from the island and pointing to the water. They didn't see anybody in the water. As they approached, an 11-year-old girl jumped in the river with no PFD. She quickly washed out to the right. As they moved through Wave Shaper, they saw a body floating below at the base of the rapids. Our guide, Jason Bowden, is it Bowden or Bowden? Bowden. Jason Bowden moved the raft closer. He and a guest who happened to be an ocean lifeguard from Chechnya?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic, let's go with that. Jumped in. The lifeguard pulled the body up. This 7-year-old boy began throwing up water after they got him in the raft. There's actually a photo that I don't have to put out now, but we'll make sure that CCGTV gets it so they can publish it, that shows the young child being pulled out of the water. There was another guest who was bilingual, also helped in the situation. This boy would certainly have drowned had our rafts not happened by when he was submerged. No PFDs on either of the children. That young man would be gone if it weren't for the heroic actions of this group of guides and really all of the employees of Whitewater Express because of the way they do their job. And it's so easy for people to get tunnel vision when you've got a job, right? Put them in the raft, let them have an enjoyable trip, go load up another bunch of folks. But to also be alert enough and to be aware enough to try to help protect those that are in the river, maybe acting a little irresponsibly. We just want to commend you and lift you up and thank you so much for the way in which you do your jobs. And if the council would, please stand and thank these young men and women. Mr. Bowden, I'm going to let you speak first, but then I'd like everybody, if you would, just to kind of give your name and where you're from, because a lot of you may not be from Columbus.
My name is Jason Bowden. I've lived in Columbus since I was about 5 years old. Been a raft guide since I was about 18. I'm 26 now. I do want to say Jackson Nagy was not mentioned. He was actually the one who pulled that boy into his boat. He's not here today, but I didn't do that. That was him. And really, it was a team. Like, all the customers that were there, they're the ones that dove in after him. The most I did was maybe coordinate and tell people, hey, there's a kid here. But no, we have an incredible team here, and I don't know if you guys are going to, do you know about what happened yesterday? You're going to, was it the day before? Oh, it was Sunday, yeah. There's a separate situation. And
We did hear about a rescue on the Phoenix City side.
yeah,
But
that's.
go ahead and share that too, if you would.
Okay, yeah. So we were rafting our 5 o'clock trip. We were just north of the Birmingham Railroad Bridge, and on the Phoenix City side, there were some children on the side on the beach. There's a beach that we jokingly call PCB. It stands for Phoenix City Beach. These kids yelling at us, and that's pretty normal for us. We were like waving, thought they were just kidding, and they were pointing at the water. And a couple guides noticed that there was someone in the water. This is Madison. She was the first one to see that someone was in the water. She started paddling. Her people couldn't quite get there, and then we all just started following suit. I'm not going to get over all the details. Everyone can kind of share what happened from their point of view and who did what, but essentially the woman got pulled to shore and got CPR, and I think about 12 cycles of CPR amongst some of us and some of the customers that were in the boat until emergency services arrived. Yeah, so.
Just another day at the office, right?
Huh?
Just another day at the office.
Hope not another one like that.
No, I hope
but
not
yeah.
too. Matt, if you want to, if y'all would give your names and share any of that experience if you wish to.
Like Jason said, my name is Madison Hart. This is my third year rafting. I'm from North Georgia, Cumming. I came down here to go to school and picked up rafting kind of as a summer job, but I think it's important to note that this wasn't a successful rescue. The woman is still in the hospital and she's brain dead. It took us twice to call 911 before they picked up. No one had AEDs. Both the woman and the family only spoke Spanish, and the only signs that we have out on the river are written in English. We don't have life preservers out there. None of the guides, except for one who actually wasn't here today, knew how to tell the police where to go. We didn't know that there were mile markers written on the light posts. I think while this rescue was something that brought us all together, it also highlighted a lot of errors, both within Whitewater Express and within the city. Right now, we have 4 kids who do not have a mother. And we're trying our best right now to help them out in whatever way we can, but regardless, it's never going to be enough. They never heard the sirens go off, and the oldest girl said that they always know. They always know when the sirens go off and to evacuate from shore, but it didn't go off that day. This wasn't something that was successful. She was in the water for 6 minutes before we got to her. I know you're here to thank us, but it's not enough. We need more.
Thank you. Anybody else want to give your name, let us know who you are?
My name's Adam Whitcomb. I was the second person there. I had just gotten paddling through one of the rapids. I was in a kayak. Me and a friend of mine named Crush, we were in kayaks. Everyone else was in rafts. I was going down. I saw the kids waving and yelling, and I was like, all right, that's fine. And then I see 3 rafts pointed upstream, everyone going as hard as they can. And Jason just yelled at me, and he's like, go, 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 there's a person in the water. So I just booked it just as hard as I could go, straight upstream. I jumped out of my kayak, threw it off to the side, filled up with water. I was one of the people that helped drag her up on a rock. It's really difficult standing over someone doing CPR, not knowing if they're going to make it. There are definitely a lot more things that we can do to help prevent that, and I think we need to look into options for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? If you don't want to add anything, you don't have to. Just want to give your name just so that we know who you are.
They call me Little Bear. My name is Jonah Thomason. I was the first one to respond. Born and raised in Columbus, Georgia. But like we said, we just want to do better for our community. And we know that y'all are going to see this situation and hopefully work towards bettering our community and making sure that river is a little bit safer. It is named the River of Death for a reason. So we got to just make sure it's posted correctly. And we just thank y'all for, acknowledging the situation and making sure that we can work on it.
Thank you.
My name is Daniel Jones. I actually live in Birmingham, Alabama. I literally come here to raft, and I love every second of it. And what happened, was it Sunday? Sunday, it was just a reminder of, the river is powerful, and you're not above it. You got to remember, the water will, at a moment's notice, take you away. And it's just a reminder of, what a great team that we have here and how incredible Whitewater Express really is, and, how quickly things can go bad, and great people still exist in this world. It's just great to see, but it's definitely a reminder of how powerful the river is and things like that. So something to take with us as we go down the river for the next time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Christian Fontanes. I'm from Puerto Rico. I grew up as a military brat, so I moved around everywhere, and this is where I ended up. I was one of the last to show up at the scene from Sunday. I showed up there because I had a PA in my boat, and we had her take over. And there wasn't really much I could do at that moment. I just had her take over, and I did best I could with the customers to keep them company, make sure they don't float away or anything. What happened on Sunday was unfortunate. And we as a team, we believe we could all do a lot better to prevent, and even with all preventative measures, to do better if someone were to end up in the river again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing to add.
Sure.
We have the World Kayaking Cup coming up in 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, there's going to be thousands of people coming to the river. if we have changes happen, it needs to happen before then, because the river will only become more populated. People are going to want to come out here and watch even more, and if we don't have safety protocols or measurements taken, then it's only going to be a matter of time before this happens again.
Well, we thank y'all for your efforts on Sunday. And as our first responders know, unfortunately, not all efforts end in success. And we were unaware, I think, of the outcome of that particular issue. I think what it highlights, and we've talked about it, we've got a Safe River Committee that has worked with Whitewater and has worked with hospitals and different organizations throughout the community to try to do everything we can, because every year we lose probably half a dozen people to that river. And many of them are children because they get too close. And as you guys know better than anybody, that river looks calm on top, even down river. There's 1,000 currents in that thing. And if you get in that river without some type of really good flotation device, the odds are against you. So what we need to do is have a post. What we need to do is get you guys together along with your management team, as well as Pam Fair, who has helped kind of spearhead the river committee. We do need bilingual signs out there. We need something that will explain that, because we'll check with Georgia Power, but every time we've checked on that siren's gone off. They keep detailed records of when that siren goes off. So we can't ever quit trying to get better. There are limits as what you can do, and there's limits as to what the city can do. Some folks are just going to get in the water. So we've got to do everything we can to try to make sure that you don't have to go through exercises like you went on Sunday. But we're grateful for the one that kept a little boy alive. We just need to make sure that we don't put individuals in a position like that, if at all possible. So thank you, guys.
Does the Safe River Committee coordinate with the Phoenix City government as well?
Yes. Yep, they have been involved. We have, I think, frankly, I don't know when the last meeting was, probably because of, probably pre-COVID. So we need to get that group back together and try to talk about, because that's what brought about the first signs, and notifying people of the PFDs, and did an education piece, and went through a lot of different initiatives to try to make the river as safe as possible. But at the end of the day, the river is a natural body of water. It's something that people have to respect. And the signage helps, but it doesn't get through to everybody.
I also just want to point out a couple things that some of these other people did. Some of us aren't really, frankly, a lot of us are nervous to be here. This was a lot. It was traumatic for all of us. It was traumatic for the family of that lady. And a lot of us have trouble talking about it, but I just want to point out some things that were done and give people credit where credit is due. This is Chris. We call him Mad Dog. That's kind of his nickname out there. Chris was one of the first people to do CPR on this woman. He's one of the first to respond. And he also went downstream as soon as the team got together and he saw that everything was okay, so he could tell everyone downstream what happened and communicate. Dano was one of the first people to call 911. He was one of the first people to help get the location, along with our friend Chris, who's not here, who had the idea to run up and down the river walk and look for mile markers. Madison, as I said, was basically the signal flare that started this whole thing. She was the first one to see, and we were the first. It was the first boat out for us to follow. Hannah and Jonah. Jonah dove out of his boat because he only had 2 people in his boat. He wasn't even there on the job. He was there with his girlfriend and her friend, just having fun. And they saw this. He knew that they couldn't paddle up northward in the eddy enough, and he just dove out and swam to this woman and pulled her in with Adam's help, the kayaker. And Jonah and Hannah spent their time making sure that the children were far away and did not see their mother in that state, and speaking to them and trying to figure out what to do and how to get their father there. And Christian, I'm having trouble not using their nicknames because I work with all of them, but Christian, he was a huge resource in utilizing customer resources and making sure that if there were any medical professionals that we could use them. we got a PA and a military guy and other people who knew exactly what to do and how to take turns doing CPR and everything. But like all these guys said, we did the best we could, and it wasn't ultimately successful. They can't all be successful. But no, I would love to, I think we would love, all of us, to get together with the Safe River Committee and see if we can make any changes at the city level, at our company level, to not only prevent these sort of things from happening more often, but also making sure that if they do happen, that we have more than an adequate rescue response time, whether it be a bystander on the side of the river or someone that is a client of our company.
Well, again, we've got several counselors that want to make some comments. Counselor Woodson?
Yes. First of all, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I know it was very traumatic. It was a new experience, and the lady is still in the hospital, but you were angels to her children. You were able to be there for their children. They needed it while they're seeing this situation occurring with their mother. Mayor, you already stated, but I have made myself a note that this incident was done on this Phoenix City side, that we need to get them involved. Also because we share that river. And it's important for them to be a part of it and to make sure the signage is on there correctly. It's interesting that you mentioned that there were no signs in Spanish, because I received a phone call this weekend of a gentleman saying to me in Oxbow Meadow, Isaiah, and I was going to bring it up during your agenda, in Oxbow Meadow where the alligators are, there is no sign there that warns someone in Spanish or any other language that alligators are present in that area. So even though there's mixed feelings about the bilingual Hispanic community, it's a reality. They're here, and they need that information also to protect them from what's ever going on. I would suggest too, I don't know if your company would do this, but I just wrote myself a little note based on what the mayor was saying, or maybe the committee can do a little video before people get on the river, or be able to do like, what do you call those code things when you put a sign, you take your camera and you put it there and it tells you about the river. It tells you about the dangers and the fun things about it. And that's happening in a lot of communities where you see those little code things, you put it on there and it tells you. I was in Florida and I went on a tour and it was so hot, but they had one of those codes, you just, put your camera on it and you got the whole tour. You didn't even have to walk the tour. So while you're thinking of different ways, let's use some of today's technology in innovative ways. Also on your, like I said, just before you start a tour, just to remind people and look for those little things. But you were an angel sent from heaven, and thank you for what you've done. I know this will impact your life forever, but let's look from the negative. Let's look at the positive. You were strong enough to attempt to save someone's life. That's something to be proud of. While you suffer, I want you to celebrate that you had the power in you and the willingness to sacrifice your own life for someone else's life. That is big. That is something to be proud of. And even though, unfortunately, this woman is brain dead, you gave their children their mom, even if it's temporary, but you gave them their mom back. And that's something for you to be proud of. And for the young couple that stayed with the children, you're amazing. You're amazing, because you could have walked away and you didn't. You thought about those children, what those children are going through. And you found it in your heart to forget everything else that was going around and to comfort children. That is an amazing job. So while you hurt for this lady, be proud of yourself, because you guys did an amazing job. And you have a testimony, how you were willing to sacrifice your life for the life of another.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Counselor Garrett?
I want to thank y'all for your heroism and not only that, for giving us ideas to prevent this. Mr. City Manager, I would request that even if we have to give you emergency purchase approval, that we not just do mile markers, that we do every quarter mile, because when I've gotten out of those rapids before swimming, you're exhausted, and seconds matter, and I think we need to do them not just just have actual station numbers from where rapids start up to possibly Bibb Lake. I'd also like to, if we can do the emergency purchase, I'd like to see if we can get some of those things that you have on the college campus where you press the button, the blue light goes off, and have that directly linked to our fire rescue that does water, and maybe have one of those right above the water line so that they could get to it more quickly, immediately hit, and it gets directed right to fire rescue. And if Phoenix City can't fund it, then I'd like us to, even if we do private donors, and I will make a donation myself, I'd like us to do that on both sides of the river with their coordination. And multilingual signs, considering we're becoming a tourism hub. We have a large Korean population, particularly in LaGrange. I think we need to have multilingual signs just to prevent this from happening again.
Can I
Absolutely.
also, I'm sorry, can I also suggest putting emergency flotation devices with
Yes,
those?
I would support that as well.
Okay.
What we'll do is we'll reconvene that committee, and we'll reach out to your organization and let you guys participate in that, because you obviously have some industry knowledge that we don't possess. But we'll bring that group back together, and I think the focus was on trying to make sure that whatever was done was meaningful, and it wasn't a box to be checked. It was something that was really going to matter if somebody was in distress in that river. So I think the first step is to get you guys involved, and because there's some of the things that exist already that, I mean, I'm a little surprised we're not doing a good enough job of getting your organization to know where the mile markers are for their identification. So we'll bring that group back together. Mr. Hughley?
Mayor, thank you, and thank you to this heroic team. Your efforts, your work, phenomenal. Really proud of each of you. And I did make notes along the way, and my note says that I want you to know that I intend to get with the mayor and follow through on the concerns, the things that you've pointed out here this morning. I know that we can do better, and we will do better. And Councilor Garrett pointed out some of the things I'd written in my notes, but I did write, Mayor, that I will get with you and your office, and we can get with Safe Rivers, as you've indicated, with this team, Uptown Columbus, and of course, city manager's staff. But you mentioned bilingual signs. I've made a note. You mentioned the sirens. I've made a note. You've mentioned location markers, and Councilor Garrett has talked about quarter of a mile, and as well as mile markers. The mayor's talked about PFDs, and you've talked about emergency flotation devices. I like the idea that Councilor Woodson mentioned about videos before getting on the river, and even if the videos are not shown before they get on the river, I think we should have videos that we show on CCG TV. And my mind went to the videos, much like when you board your flight before takeoff. There's a presentation, and now it used to be, but now they do them in videos. And we can do the same type of video on CCG TV. But I want you to know that, I've taken notes and do intend to get with the mayor's office, and as Councilor Garrett indicated, we'll figure out how to fund it and get the things done. I know on the Columbus side, and hopefully they can get done on the Phoenix City side as well. But we heard you. I commend you. Thank you for your efforts, and I feel what you feel as you've shared with us, the emotions and what you did to make every effort to save that mother. And so God bless you, and thank you for all that you did do and have done and continue to do. We appreciate you.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you guys for your incredible courage. Not, that day on Sunday, but your courage today to come in front of this body and to tell us things that we need to do to improve. And I promise you, this tragedy is going to turn into a success for you. Because of your courage, we are going to take action, and we're going to make things better down there on the river. And hopefully, because of your courage today, those actions will end up making this a success. I want you guys to understand, because you had the courage to do what you did on Sunday and what you're doing today, you are a success. Yes, it was a tragedy, but you can have a tragedy and a success at the same time. And I don't want you guys to think that you failed. You didn't fail anybody that day. You didn't freeze. You went into action, and each and every one of you worked together for the best possible outcome. And that, in my book, is a success. And I want you to feel that. I know you're feeling awful. We're all feeling awful right now. But we will take this tragedy and we will turn it around. Thank you so much for everything you did.
Councilor Thomas.
I think it's important for us to acknowledge that the things that you responded to were things that were completely outside of your responsibility. Your responsibility were the people on your floats, but you did what was necessary to save these other folks. And it was not something that you encounter every day, but you did a hell of a job. I've seen Chief Shores sitting in the back of the auditorium here. He's with the Columbus Fire and EMS, and he knows a lot about what you're talking about. He may want to recruit some of you guys to be on the fire department, but you recognized immediately that somebody needed help. And the people that you helped were not the dues-paying customers of Whitewater, but were people who were in trouble and needed your help. And I'm impressed by the youth of this group, that they so quickly seem to grasp the situation and take charge, take command, do what needed to be done. And I'm sure that, as the mayor has said, as you work with the city to do what we need to do, it will be even more spectacular. Thank you guys for coming. I know that this is not something that you were looking forward to do, but we are so glad that you did. And one of the things I would say, Mr. Mayor, I noticed too they have a photographer. And if he wants to come up in front of this group and take a picture, that's okay too. Just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We know that there are people who are who take chances on that river that they shouldn't take chances. But with people like you going up and down that river, it's a tremendous asset. So come on up here and take a picture of these guys.
Is that all, ma'am?
Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank each and every one of you for your courageous efforts. And while you take your picture, I'll go ahead and continue talking. But it's evident to me that you got a good team, and you all have trained. You never know when you're going to be put in a situation or emergency. You just never know, and time is of essence, and I'm sure you did everything that you could do. Sometimes it just doesn't turn out right. But what I do want to say this morning is you have the head of public safety right here for Columbus, Georgia, and you have the fire and EMS representatives back there. They heard you, and they're going to be on this. And like the city manager said, they know, and they're going to be working on it. They're going to work together with you, and they're always striving to improve in life. That's what you got to do. You know, it doesn't always turn out right. There's failures, there's success. But you keep striving to do your best. And what I really like is your leadership, because in life you can either be a leader or you can be a follower. And you guys chose to lead. You reacted, you did what you needed to do. And like I said, time is of essence, but Mayor, what I've heard here today, both with the Sheriff's Department and now this group, in our community, the two things that really stand out to me is the basics of things that sometimes we take for granted, CPR. I mean, we take those things for granted sometimes, and then how important it is, because again, you never know when you're going to be placed in this situation. There may be nobody around, and there may be nobody to call, but having the ability to be able to administer some kind of help that might assist somebody is imperative. So learning that, taking the time to learn. A lot of people just say, oh, I don't need to do it, you know, but learning the basics. You guys you train, just training in this stuff every day. Our EMS, I know our fire department, I'm proud of them, to be honest with you. They train constantly, and I know this. The young firefighters that come in, they're constantly training, trying to improve and get better, because they never know when they're going to be placed in these situations. Another thing that comes to my mind is water safety. People take that for granted with your children. You got to teach your children at a young age. Parents and family members need to train their children. Don't take that for granted. If you can take a course, if you can go somewhere, the city offers courses, I believe, Mr. City Manager, in water safety. It's so imperative, because you never know when something might happen. I've been there many times when I was a kid, you know, probably doing stupid stuff I shouldn't have done, you know, around water. But I'm here today, but I kind of had to learn the hard way. But it is so important. And with my children, I made that commitment early on, you know, to teach them water safety. I'm glad I did that. But it's important for parents and families, if they're watching this, and they're going to be watching this, and the one thing that you guys can do is making a statement here today how important it is and what you experience. You don't want that to happen to anybody else. So it is important for people to understand that. And I'm glad that y'all take your training. It looks like you're a good team. You work together as a good team. That's what I see. And you take your training and things serious. And I'm glad you had an opportunity to express yourself today, because that's how you improve. And people are listening. They're listening to you. And I think that we can make changes that's going to help somebody else down. We never know, but somebody else down the way. So, again, thank you for your courageous efforts.
Thank you, sir. And thank you guys, too, for just being good folks. You know, I mean, for doing what you do and what you attempted to do. We're here to celebrate the successful rescues of 2 children, and we found out about one that was not successful. And what that does, though, is it highlights the split seconds that can make a difference between somebody surviving something like that and somebody not surviving it. And it highlights just how precarious a situation it is anytime somebody gets in that river. We did put together an organization. I see your boss, Dan Gilbert, here, and I'm going to ask Mr. Gilbert if he wants to come to the podium and say a few words. He was part of the organization that we put together to try to determine the best way to get the word out to people who are accessing the river, that it is not some place that they should just venture into unadvisedly. And I think that the last couple of weeks, what has transpired on the river has illustrated that. Dan, thanks for being here. Yes, sir. Please do.
Thank you very much. I love these guys. They do a great job on the river. And thank y'all for recognizing their good work. I did want to say a couple of quick things. I'm just pulling in from the Ocoee. I'm sorry I'm late coming in here, but you know, I truly think this is the safest. We're on a lot of rivers from here to West Virginia, and if you ask me which is the safest river, the river that may not be the way to say it, but the river that we pay the most attention to as a community looking at safety, it is right here in Columbus. And that is because several things happen here that don't happen at other rivers. We got a really good relationship with the fire department. So we actually, this is the only river I know of in the country where the fire department and the river guides work together. They train every year doing safety rescue training, which is in other areas, they kind of stay apart. And so it's a real good relationship with fire department here. The other thing is we do have, I know there was a question concerning the alarm system. And we've got a great alarm system here. And we pay attention to that. Other rivers, most rivers do not even have a system. We have a terrific team led by Pam Fair. I think this was set up by the mayor, this committee. I'm part of that committee, and we're always working on signage. And currently, I think that was addressed earlier, we are working on Spanish signs that will help the Hispanic community understand what's safe and what's not on the river. I think the primary thing, one other thing that was brought up was PFDs. I think y'all brought up PFDs on the river. The issue, we have tried that, and the issue we have with putting PFDs out there is it sometimes encourages people, makes them think it's okay if I put this PFD on, I can jump in the water. And so we had PFD stations out there for a while and found that it was counterproductive. So we pulled those off of the whitewater for that reason. What you really need when you're in whitewater is you need proper training and proper PFDs, but you can't just put on a PFD and assume you're safe. So I think the take home here is we have terrific guides on the river. That's probably makes it safer than anything that I know of, because we'll have on a Saturday, we'll have 150 guides out on the water. So when there is somebody that's in distress, there's somebody often to pull them out. The other take home I would like for you to rest easy with is, as a community, I think we're really addressing safety month by month, week by week. We're looking at it all the time as a community, and I think we're really doing a good job. There's always ways to improve, but I think that we're on it as a community. So thanks to these guys again.
Thank you, Dan, and thank all of you, and we appreciate what you do, not only for the recreational side and the economic side of the city, but also from being a vigilant watcher of that water, and we thank you for what you've done. Y'all join me in thanking them one more time. Thank you. Councilor Woodson has another comment.
I just wanted to mention to the gentleman from Whitewater, what was your name? I'm sorry, I walked in.
Dan Gilbert.
Dan, I would suggest if you can reach out also to Mayor Lowe in Phoenix City and speak to him in reference to what happened and what's going on here and what discussions we had here, so that he's not caught off guard, and be prepared to meet with Mayor's team to see what we can do for the river on both sides.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I'll do that.
And they have actually been part of this organization. The Phoenix City emergency folks have been part of this, so they've been included in this.
That's awesome, but I think it's important to reach out to them because, like us, we were surprised today. We're gonna, acknowledge for a job well done, and then we find out of a tragedy. This council here is taking an initiative. It's important for them to know so they can do their initiative and become a stronger partner, especially when Councilor Garrett was talking about funding and stuff like that. It would get them a heads up to start looking, their city manager to start looking also how we can partner in this. But it's just a suggestion.
I think it's a great suggestion, and I'll follow up on that this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. All right. We have an audit that is being presented this morning and on the Superior Court Clerk's office. So Elizabeth Barfield, you want to come up and present the audit, and then we'll allow the clerk to address any issues.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to present the results of the Clerk of Superior and State Courts audit. A transition audit was requested by Danielle Forte and approved by council December 2018. The responsibilities in that office include administering courtroom activities, preparing court dockets, managing paperwork associated with related court cases, manages legal and real estate documents, and has the fiduciary responsibilities over court-related funds. On September 25th, 2019, Ms. Forte and I had an entrance conference. During that conference, I spoke with her about the audit processes that were going to be undertaken and the things that I was going to be doing while I was in the department. She acknowledged that, but said that she had some additional concerns about the finance area and wanted me to definitely focus on that. So I took that under advisement, and that's what I did. August 2021, I had an exit conference with Ms. Forte. At that time, I provided her all of the details and information in regards to the audit and what she had requested. I want to let everyone know that the audit period covered was 10 years. It started in January of 2010 through December 2019. I also want to make sure that you realize that this is prior to the Odyssey court management system being implemented. At this time, we were still using the Court Automated Tracking System, or CATS, is something you may be more familiar with. I know that this audit has been a long time coming, the results of it. Actually, my last time in the office was back at the very first of 2020, but because of the pending court cases, I've been unable to openly talk about the audit until now. All of the court cases wrapped up at the end of June. The presentation today is going to focus on what Ms. Forte asked me to focus on, which was the financial aspects of the audit. It is very, very high level, and I purposefully am going to present it that way for a couple of reasons. Number one, there are a lot of numbers. Number two, there is a lot of accounting. So I don't want to get anyone confused and wrapped up in a lot of details. Please, if I say something that could be misunderstood or misconstrued, or if you would like additional details, I'm more than happy to answer those. The audit report reflects a lot of specific details as well as other aspects of the audit. As far as the finance area, basically what I looked at was 4 specific items or 4 specific activities in finance: fines and forfeitures, condemnations, the general account, and cash bonds. These are 4 separate activities, and they have 4 separate unique characteristics. Because of that, there are 4 separate bank accounts, one for each activity. There is no accumulation of funds in the clerk's office. Money simply comes in and gets funneled through to different community agencies and some back to the city. When looking at these accounts, I used a 3-prong approach. Number 1, did the transaction happen? So what I was looking for was source documents. Let me tell you what a source document is. If you go to the grocery store and you go check out, you get a receipt. That is your source document. That proves and confirms that the transaction was completed. Number 2, were we tracking the transaction? Was the transaction entered into the computer? And did it come and show up on a computer-generated report? We know when you go to the grocery store and they're scanning your groceries in, they're scanning it into the cash register, which is vis-a-vis a computer. Confirmation, the 3rd step in the prong, is to look at those computer-generated reports and confirm that the money has been deposited and resides in the bank account. These are numbers that I think everybody is familiar with. The row at the very bottom shows the losses incurred in the office. What I'm going to do today is as quickly as I can, go through and tell you where those numbers came from and how they break out. Number 1 is paid in fulls. That's part of fines and forfeitures. What is this? It's where citizens come in and pay their fines and judgments, and they pay them in full. Generally, these transactions are made in cash. There are some attorney's checks and some money orders, but for the most part, this is primarily a cash transaction. Okay, let's talk about our three-prong approach. Did the transaction happen? Do we have source documents? Yes, we do have source documents. When a citizen comes in and pays their fine, a handwritten receipt is written, torn out of the book, given to the citizen, and what remains is a carbon copy. That is our source document. Did we track the transaction in the computer? Was it put into the computer? Do we have computer-generated reports? Yes, we absolutely did. These transactions were entered into the court tracking system, and we did have computer-generated reports, and luckily, these reports tied with our source documents. The third prong, confirmation. We look to the bank, we look at our source documents, our computer-generated reports to see how much we should be expecting to see in the bank. So that would be confirmation. We did see some checks, but we saw no cash. Want to let you know that this number, this 2.2 number, is a real good, solid number because we had the source documents and because we had the computer-generated reports. Condemnations. What is that? This is money that primarily comes from our law enforcement agencies where they have got seized property and asset forfeitures. Columbus Police Department is the one that provides most of this funding. It is primarily in cash. There are some checks, and that's from auction property, but for the most part, these are cash transactions. Let's go to our three prongs again. Did the transaction happen? Do we have source documents? Yes, we did have source documents. The law enforcement agencies would detail the funding that they were bringing over. They would bring it to the clerk's office. Clerk's personnel would review the receipt, count the money. They would both sign off on the receipts, and everybody would go their separate ways. Did we track the transactions? Were they entered into the computer? Were there computer-generated reports? Absolutely not. None of these transactions were tracked, so we really have no idea how much money has been brought over from law enforcement agencies. Confirmation. Let's take a look at the bank. The only thing we had to do was add up the handwritten receipts to have an idea of how much money we needed to be looking for. We did see where the checks were deposited, but we did not see any cash. I'd like for you to know that this number, the 2.3, is a very, very conservative number because we didn't have any information tracked in the computer. We were simply looking at source documents, and we're missing a lot of those. This is the equivalent of me coming to you and saying, give me all of your Walmart receipts for the last 10 years. Well, you give me what you can, but you're probably not going to be able to find everything. Want to let you know, a few weeks ago when I did the police department audit, I talked about employees physically carrying money from point to point to point in the process. And I was very adamant that that money needed to get into the bank. That's because that money is this money. That money never made it to the bank. The general account, what is that? That is our customer service account. Primarily, there are an awful lot of online real estate transactions going on in that account. And really only 2% of the activity is customers over the counter. That accounts for about 2% of the cash. Again, our three-prong approach. Did the transaction happen? Do we have source documents? No, we did not have any source documents. Did we track the transaction? Were they entered into the computer? Did we have computer-generated reports? No, we did not. But what we did have was a fantastic Excel spreadsheet built by one of the people in the clerk's office. And what they would do is every time they would have a transaction, somebody would go over and enter that into the Excel spreadsheet. They would also click a box if it was a cash transaction. So basically what we did was that was our computer-generated report. We could add all of the reports and we knew how much cash we needed to be expecting to see in the bank. So our third step, confirmation. Let's go to the bank and see if our money made it there. We did not see any cash deposits. I want to tell you, this number is conservative as well. This Excel spreadsheet was implemented in March of 2011. The audit started in January of 2010, so we have 14 months where we're not certain how much cash actually did come into the office. I also want to tell you, somehow, looking at this account, I managed to get my hands on bank records all the way back to 2007. I did see in January, February, and March of 2007, there was $9,000 in cash deposited. So I didn't have records earlier than that, so I don't know if cash deposits were regularly being made, but I do know that as of April 2007, no cash was deposited in this account. Okay, we'll talk about inappropriate checks. I think you've probably all heard about the inappropriate checks. There were 330 of those checks written to people for business outside of the court. When I first started the presentation, I was telling you there were 4 separate bank accounts. That's not exactly true in the clerk's office. There were 7 bank accounts. 3 of those bank accounts should have been closed years ago, but 2 of those accounts remained active. 48% of these inappropriate checks were written from accounts that should have been closed. The average amount of these checks was $4,150. The largest of these checks written was $9,725. The smallest check was for $1,655. Okay, number 4, activity, cash bonds. What are cash bonds? Cash bonds means that the citizen comes in and posts bond so that they can avoid jail time until their court date. This money is held in escrow by the clerk's office. The funds come out of this office in one of 2 ways. Number 1, citizens fulfilling their court requirements and they get a refund. Number 2, citizens forfeit their bonds and the money goes into the city. Now you might wonder, Elizabeth, I don't see cash bonds on here except from some inappropriate checks. Why are we talking about cash bonds? Well, as I was going through and doing my research, I kept seeing deposits being made in other accounts from the cash bond account. And they were very large checks. The average check amount was about $35,000. The largest check was $68,000. And I saw 93 of these checks over the 10-year period. So as I got to researching, what I saw was over $1 million. Well, I wondered, where in the world, we need something to substantiate these checks being written. And you know what? We had computer-generated reports to substantiate these checks. So I started I pulled all of the reports. For a 10-year period, I only had 26 reports. And when I added the totals of those reports up, it said that in the 10-year period, we should have had $543,000 in cash bond forfeitures. When I added the 93 checks up, they totaled $2.5 million. So we've got a discrepancy. Once I went back and continued to do some research, I saw that over $1 million of these checks were deposited into those accounts that should have been closed years ago. I also saw almost $1 million being deposited into the condemnation account, which has absolutely, positively no relationship to cash bonds whatsoever. So when you stand back 50 feet and look at the entire picture, what you see is money being taken from the cash bonds account, moved into these other accounts to fund the inappropriate activity. So that is the review of the financial processes in a nutshell. In the audit report, I have got a list of recommendations. Among them, things like the full use of the Odyssey system so that you get complete benefit of those internal controls, reconciling the monthly generated computer reports to the activity that actually happened to make sure that that's correct, separation of duties. If someone is writing checks, they don't need to be the one signing the checks. They need to be approved and have the documentation substantiating those checks. And bank reconciliations. Bank reconciliations do not need to just be a routine. They need to be substantiated with source documents and documentation supporting the numbers on those bank reconciliations. While I was in there completing the audit, I would like to say that the clerk's office was under quite a bit of pressure. I was in there asking a lot of questions, requesting a lot of research and information, looking for a lot of reports. At the same time, they were working to implement the new Odyssey Court Management System. So they were quite busy and under a lot of pressure, and they should be commended for having the patience with me that they did. So that's it. Any questions?
Yes, Councilor Thomas.
Can you, I'm curious about what percentage in the figures that you showed us, what percentage would be received in a check and what percentage would be received in cash? What percentage of that total?
Okay.
I know you said there's probably more cash than checks, so I'm just curious.
Yes, the unaccounted for is cash. So 100% of those numbers is cash. In paid in fulls, if you look at your total transactions over 10 years, probably 95% of the activity in paid in fulls is cash. In condemnations, complete activity, you've probably got 90% in cash. General account, only 2% is cash. But this is the cash that is unaccounted for. This is nothing but cash figures.
So the vast majority, if you will, of the monies coming into the court funds came in cash?
For these 4 activities.
Yeah.
Now, for these 4 activities, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Did you say you're finished with your presentation?
I'm sorry?
Did you say you're finished with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ms. City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But I just want, a lot of people are aware of this matter. It's a big public matter. And a lot of people put it under the heading of city government, okay? But I just want to make sure people understand how this has kind of transpired over time. First of all, there could have been a lot of distractions, you know, not making excuses or anything, but a lot of distractions. We had lawsuits that were going on, various constitutional offices, and that's one of the things that I wanted to highlight, that this is a office where there's a constitutional officer, meaning that that person is voted into office by the citizens, and that person runs the operation over there, the management side, the whole 9 yards, finances, everything. It never touches our finance department, the city of Columbus, Georgia. As a matter of fact, there's always been somewhat of I don't want to say a structural kind of barrier, for lack of a better term, between certain offices over the course of time, that there's always been matters. Since I've been on this council, there's always been concerns of management. And there's always been push and shove and tugs and bickering and fighting amongst trying to get things worked out. But at the end of the day, what I wanted to make sure that the citizens understand, that this body and our executive management of the city has no bearing, has no responsibility over what takes place in those constitutional offices. That's part of the judicial structure of government. We're the legislative branch. You got the executive management. You got a judicial branch. You got 3 forms of government. But a lot of that stuff that goes on over there, it's structured based on who's managing the operation. And there have been challenges in that area I've known over time. One of the things that I'd like to say today is that I hope, and I've got 100% confidence in the new leadership in the Clerk of Superior Court's office. I think that's made a difference. I think that's part of why a lot of this has been exposed, if not all of it has been exposed, because they recognize that there were some issues which maybe some of the past managers didn't, which created some failures. But anytime you got money, Mr. City Manager, anytime there's money in this government, we ought to strive, and we do. We have a very good internal auditor's office with forensics auditors there, and they were called over there to go look at it, and they started looking at it, and that's how all this was discovered. But whether, I know that those offices, constitutional offices, are attached at the state level, okay? We don't have a lot to do with that. But maybe there's one, just thinking through this, maybe we need to, anytime that money is moving and exchanging hands, I think that you always got to strive to come up with better accountability measures and controls. And I don't know what that is right now, but my mind's telling me that maybe we need to communicate to the state, not just here in Columbus, but across the state. It's probably happening in across the country. But whenever you got money moving like that, there's got to be better control measures in place. And there's got to be better working relationships. It's unfortunate of some of the things that I've heard in the past, but I know that our management, executive management, has tried hard and even offered help at times and even tried to get into these areas. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Manager, but even tried to do that, and just barriers were put up and said, no, leave us alone. It's not your responsibility. You know, take care of your own matters, not ours. And, you know, it's always subject for these kind of things to happen. What I would, I'm thinking along those lines of what we can do to communicate to the state. Maybe, you know, this is an example that we need to find some better ways to improve. I don't know what that is right now, Mr. City Manager. I'm sure, I think I'm confident in saying that the new Clerk of Superior Court is more than willing in working with the executive management, and there's a good relationship there. So that's good. I think the citizens need to know that and have confidence in that. I feel confident in that. It's tragic, unfortunate where we're at today, but people are going to serve their time, and they're being punished because of these matters right here. I think it's important at some point in time. I think all the court hearings, the lawsuits, or the criminal suits, I think they're over. I think the judge has rendered the verdicts on these matters. I would like to really try to understand a little bit better, a little bit more. And we don't get the privy of understanding all this because it was going through a criminal trial process. But I think at some point, whether it's, I think the FBI took the lead, if I'm not mistaken, am I right?
Yes, I work with the FBI.
Working along with CPD and the FBI and others. And I'm sure it was a matter with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Department of Justice, but I think the citizens would really like to know what happened. I don't know. I wasn't at those court hearings, but I don't know totally what happened and how it was presented. But I think whether the council, we need to have some kind of update on this, Mayor, an understanding on it so we can communicate to the citizens, because right now they're attaching it. My point is they're attaching it all together. Like it's our responsibility and that we should have had oversight, and therefore we're, you know, part of the guilty party. That's just not true. And I wanted to communicate that over time. I know for a fact if something like, it would have never even got close to what happened over there in this government. Well, our finance department had been all over it. All over it. Would have never happened, and people would have paid the price for it. But it did, and I think that story needs to be communicated to the citizens. It needs to be communicated to this council because we don't have that firsthand information. Maybe there's some people who sat in the court hearings and went through it, but I just wanted people to understand that there's you know, that there's always been that disconnect there, which has probably been part of the problem over the course of years because of the differences in responsibilities of offices.
and who they fall under.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to add to that, Mr. City Manager,
Yeah.
if I missed something,
Well,
help me out.
and Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think you've said it very, very well, and you've made it plain. That's a constitutional office. We have several of those. The sheriff's office, for example, is one. The tax commissioner office is one. But certainly the Superior Court is a constitutional officer. And I've been city manager. This is the third Superior Court clerk I've had the opportunity to work with. You're absolutely right. We've had a Superior Court clerk who would often tell you, you're the county. This is my office, and I'm a constitutional officer, and of course, I can't tell them what to do. The mayor can't tell them what to do, and they have their own accounts. Not under the city of Columbus, not subject to review by our finance director. They have their own accounts. They deal directly with the bank. They have those accounts, and when they collect money at certain times, they do make deposits over to the city, the county, and we don't have access to their records, their information. So they are totally, though they are housed in the government, with the government, they're constitutional officers. This mayor and council approve their budgets, and once you give them their budgets, you can't tell them what to do with their budgets once you give them their budgets. And so, there's been many days that, we're just subject to whatever they allow us to do. And so with that said, I want to say that we have now a sheriff, a Superior Court clerk, and tax commissioner and other constitutional officers who do cooperate with the city. They are open. And, for example, when Superior Court, State Court Clerk Danielle Forte came in, you heard Internal Auditor Elizabeth Barfield, and she asked the mayor and this council for an audit. She didn't have to. She initiated and asked for an audit. And she could have been a Superior Court clerk, says, you're the county, you're not coming into my organization, as has been done in the past. That's not what this clerk did. Clerk Forte came in and asked for the audit, and you heard the internal auditor mention that she pointed out she had concerns about the finance area, is what you said.
Yes.
And she wanted to focus on
Yes.
the finance area, is
Yes.
what you said.
Yes.
And you indicated there were 7 bank accounts.
Yes.
And so Superior Court Clerk Danielle Forte was not comfortable when she came into office with the finances. She didn't have to, but she said to the mayor and council, I want the internal audit. I'm concerned about finances. And so, and I want to thank you, the internal auditor, for your deep dive. The clerk asked for it, you took a deep dive, and you brought out some significant findings that put people in jail. They're in jail. They're where they should be. And so what you've done and what Danielle Forte, the clerk, has cleaned up that office, in my opinion, and it has given the clerk, and I think that she's going to respond, it has given her the start that any newly elected official or department head deserves. And when this mayor and council started the transition audit process, they started it with the idea that we're going to give department heads and elected officials a clean start when they come into office. And the difference is a department head doesn't have a choice. The clerk of Superior Court had a choice. And she said, I'm concerned about the finances. I want you to come into this office, and we need to take a deep dive. And so with that, I just want to thank Clerk Danielle Forte for her leadership and say thank you to her team. And in my opinion, it's because of her leadership and her great team that the citizens of Muskogee County can be assured that the Office of Superior and State Courts are in good hands and well managed, and she has the new start, the clean start that she deserves. And thank you to you, Elizabeth Barfield, for your deep dive and for the findings that put people where they should be in jail. And thank you, Clerk Forte, and your team for your work. But to answer your question, it's because that clerk said, yes, come on in and let's get this done. And that's why we're where we are today. But they are separate from the City of Columbus. They have their own accounts. But when they cooperate and allow us to come in and look, you can see what difference it makes. And it's because of that that she's been able to, and we've been able to clean up that office. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Councilor Tucker.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for the forensic audit that you did. Now, you know I always ask this question.
Well, and you know I said it was high level. I was talking to you.
So I always ask this question. Was this the first time we did a forensic audit on the Superior Court?
Yes, it is. It's like the city manager said, they would refuse. I
mean,
wasn't here, but I understand that they would not allow it in the past.
So ever in history, just like we did
That's
with
correct.
The police department. And first and foremost, I want to commend Danielle Forte on having the fortitude, because she was focused and fair. I'm using her campaign slogan. Because she was focused and fair, and she didn't come in blaming her predecessor, but she took the right actions, and that's a true leader. And I appreciate her for her work. This was big. This made national news. It really did, and I'm thankful for her. Unfortunately, we had this issue, and I do agree with Councilor Davis that we do need to have some guardrails. We should not have any position, or I don't care if it's a constitutional officer, if you never have a forensic audit. I mean, you need something to, it's not really to just, point out the bad, but also point out the good. Point out the good things, and if we go for decades or whatever years, if Danielle would not have been in that office, this would have never been discovered, and that would have been shame on Columbus. So I just want to thank you for the excellent work that you do, and I thank Danielle Forte and her team for the excellent work that she does as well.
Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, thank you for highlighting some of the things I spoke about, but thank you so much for bringing up that point. And I want to go back to that point again. Mayor, you know this. You sat on council, Councilor Allen, Councilor Thomas, several others. The city manager, your boss, who you trained under, General Cerveza, he tried hard. When I came on council, he tried hard to work with those constitutional officers. And what I want to say is I know you and your office has tried to work hard too, and there's always been that barrier. Always that mind your own business attitude. And that's one of the reasons that there's probably never been an audit that was done on that department. And really, it's just limited understanding of how finances were handled there. But again, like Counselor Tucker said, I think there's some things we can do, and I'm sure working with our new clerk and clerk of Superior Court, who again, I have confidence is doing a really good job. There's something we can do to bridge those gaps. Something we can do, we just got to figure it out, but it's going to happen at the state level. We just need to ask them to take a look at it. I don't know what that is right now, maybe more required audits. And I'm not sure if they do an external audit over there. I really don't. We do. We have a CAFR and a certified accounting financial report. We audit financial report. We have those things. And there needs to be the same kind of structures or control measures put in place there too. And we just got to ask the right questions and get our people working on that at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, well, one of the things you can do, and I don't know, we don't change that often with constitutional officers, but it could be a standard operating procedure just to request. When the new one comes in, says, council would request that you allow us to do an audit to set a baseline. Because that's what I think the clerk was trying to do, is set a baseline for her procedures and processes to try to tighten things up going forward. And that's how a lot of this got uncovered. So, I mean, just publicly ask for it, the opportunity to do it, and I think that'll do it. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think you're in my brain this morning, because I just put that in a note, and that's when I turn on my light to ask Isaiah, we can add to our legislative agenda for them to look at having a forensic audit each time that office changes, for us to get permission to do that. And also for them, since we provide a budget for them, can they provide us a financial report each budget session that we have? So we're familiar with what's going on. We're not controlling it, but we're able to know what's going on in that office. Those are just some thoughts. I don't know if legally we can do that, but I would ask for you to please research it and see, and if it's possible, let's put it in our legislative agenda. Thank you. And Mayor, you just read my mind. Second time.
Watching you. Mr. Hughley, do you have any other comments? I mean, we need to move.
Yeah, I know. And I was just going to, I don't really want to bring it up, but I'll just mention one other example of not cooperating in the past was that, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on software and a contract with a firm, and I see all the heads doing this. Hundreds of thousands of dollars that we didn't sign, we being the city, but the clerk of Superior Court signed it, and it was just hundreds of thousands of dollars wasted, and we had no control. Anybody remember that? Yes. And so, yes, and that's another example of when constitutional officers do not cooperate, do not work with us, do not go through our information technology because they're independent, separate from us, we have problems. But when we work together and they cooperate with us, we can get great things done. And Danielle Forte set the bar, and she's the example that I hope others will follow.
And the clerk had asked for an opportunity to respond to some of the findings. Ma'am, I don't know if you still want to, but because it seems like it's been a fairly glowing report for you. I don't know.
Well, I've been enjoying all this praise, but I have been chomping at the bit to cover what the audit did not cover. And as Ms. Barfield stated, it covered pretty much a 10-year period ending in December 2019. And so during that time, and it took a long time, and I appreciate the praise, but I would be remiss if I didn't say there were plenty of nights I somewhat regretted asking for the audit because it just became this big ball of problems. I am glad I did, but it did cause quite a few sleepless nights. Before I get started, I would like to thank everyone, City Council, City Manager, Mayor, City Attorney in this body for the opportunity to speak. I also would like to thank Ms. Barfield for her efforts, along with John Redmond, who is now retired, in completing the audit of the Superior Court Clerk's Office that I requested within 2 weeks of taking office.
My office has prepared a detailed analysis, which is in front of you, but I wanted to share a few highlights, as I don't know who the author was, but there used to be this media person that used to say, now you'll hear the rest of the story. I can't remember who the author is, but I did want to share a few highlights. This audit has been a long time coming, and during the time it has taken to report on the audit, I'm happy to tell you that there has been a transformation in the financial safeguards implemented since I arrived in the Superior Court Clerk's office. There were serious challenges upon taking office. And so, Mr. Davis, hopefully this will answer some of your questions. So, again, the audit does not accurately capture the current financial picture of the Superior Court Clerk's office. Most importantly, it fails to note the vast changes and improvements that our office has done to ensure the financial integrity and regain public trust. The changes include, and at this time I would like to draw your attention to the PowerPoint presentation. During the audit process, while it was in process, we hired a multi-state certified public accountant consultant as Assistant Chief Deputy Clerk and Finance Director of the Superior and State Court Clerk's Office. During her tenure, the CPA mentored and trained our staff. The CPA recommended additional finance staff to allow for the implementation of multiple controls to balance and safeguard funds. I wouldn't be up here unless I poke a little fun at my staff, so I took some pictures of them. During the audit, I appointed Deputy Clerk Garrett Cothran as Assistant Chief Deputy Clerk and Finance Director after 6 months of personalized training, successful personalized training by the CPA. Garrett is also an honor student with a master's degree, so he's very, very sharp, and he keeps us on our toes in the office. Next slide. During this time, we also addressed the recommendation for additional finance personnel. We requested and received approval from City Council, thank you City Council, to increase the financial staff from 2 employees to 4 to ensure all financial processes and transactions have multiple controls. Let's see, wait a minute. We further added staff with financial experience. Our finance department now includes personnel with financial expertise, such as Deputy Clerk Danielle Spencer, who has more than 10 years of banking experience. Also, during this time, we further implemented, as the auditor said, the Odyssey Court Management System. Our team advised the Odyssey Court Management System's technical team on the implementation of procedures needed to digitize our financial processes. The Odyssey Court Management System launched successfully on September 21st, 2020. The audit as written is currently stale, and it fails to take into account the improvements that have been made. This audit was done during the tenure of he who shall not be named, but I will name him, Willie Demps. As a result of the audit, in part, Demps has been sentenced to 12 years and 1 month in federal prison. Under the fines and forfeitures, condemnations, general account, and cash bonds subsection, the audit recommends utilizing the new Odyssey system to help reduce manual bookkeeping. The audit does not reflect that we have implemented this policy on September 21st, 2020, and have even gone above and beyond to add extra layers of protection to confirm the correct amounts are tracked and received. As to the deposit slip subsection, the audit does not reflect the fact that we added in additional steps above and beyond the recommendation, including a multi-tiered reconciliation and review process. We reconcile reports on a monthly basis. All bank reconciliations are current, and we are in compliance with the city ordinance regarding the opening of city bank accounts. Unfortunately, it appears that certain criminal actions reflect negatively on this office and my entire team, a team that I am very proud of. I, along with my team, have dedicated a tremendous amount of time to make sure that there will no longer be any issues in the future. The audit fails to reflect any of these actions, and in fact, in the most recent external audit in 2021 by Malden and Jenkins, the Superior Court Clerk's Office received general favorable evaluations. This has been a time of unprecedented challenges within the Office of the Superior Court Clerk. We have worked in partnership with the Mayor's Office, the City Manager, and the City Finance Director, as well as our internal team. Together, we have instituted strong, systematic, preventative financial measures to ensure that this never happens again. And again, thank you for your time. Anybody have any questions?
Madam Clerk, thank you. Councilor Huff.
Good morning, Madam Clerk.
Good morning.
Thank you. We spoke a few times along the way, and your nervous energy came across well. But thank you so very much for working with the city manager, the mayor, and the team. When I came on in 2011, I remember the city manager having some conversations at the time about us not having say-so, but how much easier it would be if we were able to work together. So I made 2 or 3 trips to that particular office during the time to try to understand. And I think we were coming into, I think the Board of Equalization came on board along the way, and they needed computer systems and things of that nature. So in following along and seeing what happened and when all of this started, and you asked for the audit, I got a chance to kind of follow along and see what had been talked about here over the years about that much cash money moving and not being able to keep up with it. So I'll cut it off at that point just to say great job, great team effort. We look forward to working with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please reach out to us at all times. And city manager's all ears. We all are in his ear at all times. And he's trying to help us all. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, thank you. I was trying not to look nervous, but okay. But I am.
Councilor Woodson.
Yes, I'm not going to be redundant, but congratulations and thank you. From the day you got elected, I remember the phone call I received from you is that I really want to work close with this council and city management, and you have kept your word. And you have worked very close. You have been very open with us, and I appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you. I apologize for not saying it earlier, but I was so excited about the mayor reading my mind that I wanted to say it to Isaiah. But again, thank you, not only to you, but your staff, because behind a good leader, there's an outstanding staff. And we need to make sure that we acknowledge each and every one of your staff members that sacrificed their time. You know, I'm pretty sure they stayed long hours. I'm pretty sure they had sleepless nights like you did. But at the end of the day, look at the blessings. Everything's out in the open. You're being successful, and you finally get in your office the way you want it to be. So thank you again, and God bless you and your team.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we all appreciate that, me and my team. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I think that's, City Attorney Clifton Fay.
Yeah, Mayor, before we leave this page, I want to personally thank Clerk Forte again for all of her cooperation throughout this process, even though it's been a little lengthier than we all would have liked. I want to thank Ms. Barfield again and her office for the hard work she did, and publicly thank the U.S. attorneys, Mel Hyde and Amy Helmick, for trying to see that justice was done. This was not just one person. There was a whole ring of co-defendants, 8 co-defendants total. So it was a serious case, and the U.S. attorneys took it very seriously, and we thank them also. But we now have sentences in every case. There may be at least one appeal that we've heard about being filed, but justice will run its course, and hopefully sooner than later. Thank you.
Absolutely. We appreciate everybody's efforts in bringing to an end a very, very tough time
Very
for
tough
the
time,
office
yeah.
and for the city of Columbus. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. Good, okay, thank you.
All right. We have a proclamation in recognition of Reentry Awareness Month. And I think Ms. Barker's been sitting back there patiently. Kristen, you want to, and anybody else that wants, it is associated with this, if you want to come to the podium, and we will ask Councilor, or Mayor Pro Tem Allen to read the proclamation into the record. And while they're coming, let me just say what an incredibly important process and effort this is to, we've seen crime spike across the nation, and we all talk about prevention and we talk about law enforcement, but one of the best ways to stop some of this crime is to stop the recidivism and provide opportunities for people that are being released back after paying their debt. And this group has done just an incredible job. Great promotion, graduation ceremony the other night for Jobs for Life. And that's just one of the many things that Kristen and her team are working on. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my privilege to publish the proclamation, which reads as follows. Whereas the purpose of the Mayor's Commission on Reentry is to be a vital information hub in order to support local collaborative efforts to assist, collect, develop, and coordinate, share, and provide reentry resources to individuals emerging from the criminal justice system. Whereas the mission of the Mayor's Commission on Reentry is to reduce crime, victimization, and recidivism, as well as to decrease the barriers to a successful reentry for returning citizens by connecting them to the resources they need to be successfully reintegrated and become productive and self-sufficient citizens within their communities. And whereas returning to the community post-incarceration returning to the community post-incarceration is a difficult transition, and an effective reentry process empowers returning citizens to refrain from crime and incentivizes law-abiding behavior. Whereas there is a need to strengthen collaboration between law enforcement agencies, corrections and supervision entities, resource agencies, social service and nonprofit organizations, community members, private and public stakeholders, and productive justice-involved individuals. And whereas bringing awareness to reentry restores families and reduces obstacles that prevent returning citizens from finding meaningful employment and housing. Whereas eliminating the stigmas associated with having a criminal record while promoting compassion and kindness will open opportunities for returning citizens and their families to work for a viable future. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Skip Henderson of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim July 2022 as Reentry Awareness Month.
Kristen?
Absolutely. I want to thank all of you in this room for welcoming us today, and as the chair for the Mayor's Commission for Reentry, just say a few words that really jumped out at me as you read that proclamation. Self-sufficiency, restoration of not only individuals but families, opportunity. All of these things are so important. And as individuals are released, just the recognition that these things are important for them and for their families and therefore for our community. I appreciate your support, Mayor Henderson, your support, the council's support of the Reentry Commission. And although we have been able to do a lot, it's baby steps, and we still have a lot to do. So I appreciate you, I appreciate our partners, I would love to allow each of them to talk about why this is important to them, at least those of them who are here today.
Absolutely.
Stacy?
Good morning, what an honor. I actually serve on the commission. I've been doing it about a year now, I think. I came into it, I work for the Georgia Department of Corrections. My name is Stacy Rivera. I've been with Corrections for 22 years now, and I work in the Office of Reentry Services. One of my jobs is actually to go, I'm assigned several facilities within our state, and I go into these facilities and I look at their programs that they're offering. I look at the reentry processes that we're doing inside the institutions to try to prepare people for release back to the community. But ultimately, we don't have all the answers and we can't do it all. They're coming back to the community at a rate of 95% that you can expect to come back once incarcerated. 95% eventually are released and come back to our communities. And so, and in fact, just a quick story, I was at one of our facilities a few weeks ago and I was observing a release. They were preparing someone for release, and he was 48 years old. He was in tears. They had put him on the phone to talk to his dad. His dad was in tears. They're excited he's coming home. But 48 years old, and I asked him, I said, well, how long have you been incarcerated? And he said 30 years. Wow. So he was 18 when he went in. He was 48 when he's getting out. And going back to his dad, but, you know, what's he going to do? And so it really behooves the community to step up when it comes to reentry, to help these folks. They've paid their debt to society, and now they're done. And so to come back and actually be successful in the community, and it's a wonderful thing to see when you do see the success stories. And so you are to be commended because you've made this a priority. This is my community. I work for the state of Georgia, but this is my community. Columbus, Georgia, and it matters to me and everyone here. So thank you, and it is an honor to serve on this commission. And Kristen is so passionate. You've got the right person. She really believes in this, and she is definitely an inspiration. So thank you very much.
Pat with Home for Good at the United Way, and it's about what Stacy said, Krista, it's about access. It's about acceptance. It's about second chances. We have seen in the housing provider and the homeless services provider world so many barriers that are put up for those who have a record. And unless you know how to navigate the system, we're going to have those individuals on the street. We're going to have those individuals not be able to be employed because they're on the street. Nowhere to wash the clothes, nowhere to take a shower, all those other things that lead to repeats, lead to that recidivism that Kristen talked about. So it's about access, it's about housing, it's about bringing the folks in, like Stacy said, before release, so we can start working those processes. That person doesn't hit the street. We have a plan before they come out. So that's why when Kristen asked a couple years ago, and I said, okay, I like you, I'll do it, and I stuck around. Thanks.
Good morning. John Wade, Director of Community Affairs from the Muscogee County Sheriff's Office. From the sheriff's standpoint, I represent the sheriff in working with the organizations as part of the reentry team. Sheriff Countryman's law enforcement position is that violating the law, he will put you in jail and hold you accountable for your actions. His human side, as far as the treatment of prisoners and the services that he can afford them while they're incarcerated, and the services that he can offer them once they're released from the jail, that's his human side. So I'm fortunate to get to represent the sheriff as part of this team in working on reentry. And I've been here since March last year, and it's definitely been a pleasure working with the organizations that I work with. Thank you.
Well, and Stacy mentioned it mattered to her. It should matter to all of us because it's going to impact us. The success or failure at reentry is going to impact all of us in some way. And I also want to lift up Counselor John House. I know he has been neck deep in this since its inception. and he couldn't be here today, but I wanted to thank him for his efforts as well. We've got several comments. Counselor Tucker.
Yes, thank you all for an amazing job. I would be remiss if we did not thank Walisha Wilson, because she is the one who really got the ball rolling. You always want to give credit where credit is due. I attended a lot of events with Walisha, went to Justice Day at the Capitol. We did a lot of work, and even my dear friend back there in the back, Ms. Teresa El-Amin, has been a great advocate for justice reform, because that's what it is, justice reform. I do have a couple of questions in reference to when are the meetings that you all have. You know, yes, I came on council a little later, and I do know Councilor House has been a staunch advocate, but I'm truly an advocate. When I was working with Volunteers of America, the supportive services for veteran families, what barriers I found for a lot of veterans who had some serious charges. I would have to, as a case manager, try to provide housing and get them housed, and it was a housing first concept. We have a lot of barriers here in this community, and we still do have a lot of barriers. So that's one of my concerns is, one, the meetings. How do we get the community involved? What are we doing? You know, we used to have stand downs and stand ups and go to Muskogee County Prison. What are we doing to ensure that when, like you made a comment about a person being incarcerated for 30 years and coming out, we have young teenagers that's been incarcerated, and they come out and they don't have a clue. So what are we doing to address those issues and to effectively help them transition to be productive citizens? That's my main concern, because I hear, you know, a lot of times that we some of them slip through the cracks, especially if they don't have a support system. So that was one, just to know the meetings.
Yeah, and I think it may be a great idea just to kind of connect with Kristen and let her walk you through, because they're doing a lot of stuff, and you might want to talk with Warden Herbert Walker. Just since in the short time he's been here, we've had a mobile classroom teaching welding to the prisoners out there, getting them ready. He pushes them all to get in GED classes. We currently are doing an OSHA-approved course for forklift driving training, things that will allow them to get out and get a job and it pay a livable wage. So, yeah,
Yes.
there's lots of good things going on in this.
Yes, and I want to thank you, Toya, and Mayor Henderson for calling out John House and Walisha. They both were instrumental in bringing us together in this group, so that's very important. And as to your question, meetings are held on the third Monday of each month at 1 p.m. They are still virtual. If you go to the mayor's webpage on the mayor's website for the Reentry Commission, you can get information. We have a Facebook page. You can reach out via Facebook and get information. So we welcome anyone who wants to be a part of a meeting, sit in on a meeting, hear what's going on, to join us. We would love to have people get involved. Also, to your question, yes, there's so much going on, like the specifics that you mentioned, Mayor Henderson, and the Jobs for Life class. All of these things are working together. At the commission level, we're looking at this at a very high level. How can we, as someone is released from the jail, from the prison system, how can we, working together, create a system that will address the potential gaps and connect them in with those resources seamlessly, so that we don't have so many people fall through the gaps and end up on the street and not know how to connect into the resources that they need. Because we do have so many great resources now. We need more, but we have really great resources. So we as a commission want to be able to work together to create that system to connect people. So that's one of our major priorities right now. Does that answer your question?
And thank you. I definitely wanted to make sure I captured the third Monday, and Councilor Woodson made a good suggestion to possibly have an update. Get on the city manager's agenda and have an update in reference to the work that's being done and, you know, how people can get involved. And some of the success stories like Jobs for Life. I saw it on the news, the graduation. So congratulations to all the graduates.
And we can bring them back and put them on my agenda and have an update.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. Kristen, as you know, I'm in the real estate community, and I am a property manager. And so there is a fear about renting. But I do believe that education calms fears. And so I'd love to work with you. Maybe we could have some presentations to other property managers and to the Columbus Board of Realtors and kind of help, you know, show them some of the resources that you have, kind of help them understand, because they're trying to protect their landlords. And in an apartment complex situation, you know, the other people in the complex. But if we can get through over that gap of that fear and that, you know, hypersensitivity to protection, I think that we could make some inroads into the housing aspect, and I'd love to work with you on that.
Yes, I would love that. Pat, would you like to speak?
Absolutely. And you walked right into my web. Thank you so much. And it's in everything we do in housing, having those relationships and for landlords, for management companies to know that there is a safety net, especially with our reentry population, but also with our homeless population. So now that all of that stuff, the election stuff is over, let's sit down and get together and
Sounds
have some
good.
conversations.
I know
We haven't
Shannon Rowe
Right.
wants to be a part of this too.
Absolutely. And I think you've talked with Louis Robinson, who's
Yes.
co-chair of our board. So our landlord engagement committee has been patiently waiting
Yes,
until
thank
all
you
of the
for
other
your
stuff was
patience.
over. And now we can forge ahead on firming up some of those relationships.
Sounds great.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
okay. All right, and I think that's it. Kristen, you want to come pick this up? And as you feel comfortable, you're welcome to fist bump or just wave or whatever to say council, thank you. Y'all come on.
Learn some more about you, Chris.
Thank you for what you do. All right, thanks, sir.
Pat, she didn't get it. She didn't get it.
Councilor Davis?
Yes, Mr. City Manager, I wanted to circle back to the auditor's presentation. Being the significance of this document and what has transpired in our city, being as the largest, I believe I'm right in saying it's the largest criminal theft case in the history of Columbus, Georgia, the government anyway. Could we put this document online and maybe give a brief summary so people will understand what happened? Because people want to know. They just, a lot of things are circling through their minds and just a lot of things. They need the facts so they could go and look at it themselves. This is a very complex document. It's the first time I've seen it. And, you know, limited understanding of what happened in the court case, but there's a lot of stuff in this document, and I think that citizens want to know, and I think it's important to the transparency and getting it out there with the magnitude of this case. I think it's the right thing to do so people will understand what happened here.
So, Mayor, we're happy to post it, but any summary, I would yield to the city attorney's office to put any summary that might go with it, but certainly we'll post it.
Right. Well, and the reason I say that is because it's, you know, when you look at this, it's just complicated. If you can break it down in simplicity, I think it's easy for citizens to understand.
And just to be clear, the reason council just got it today is because per ordinance, these audits are presented to mayor and council simultaneously. So I didn't get a pre-look at it, and neither did council.
Well, and Mayor, I guess that was my point, is I don't think any of us are privy to information while a U.S. District Court case is going on.
Okay. Yep, we can take a look at that and see if we, because I think it's a good idea to let the public have a clear view of what's going on. All right, we'll move to the city attorney's agenda. Mr. Fay?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We do have a short business agenda again. We do have a few applicants on zoning hearings that are still here with us. Let me call these up for a vote. First one up is 418 Fifth Avenue.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Bruce, can we cue it? Councilors, you can enter your votes, please. That's approved. How does Councilor House vote affirmative? He does.
All right.
Okay.
Next one is 8828 Veterans Parkway.
Motion second to approve item 2 on the city attorney's agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, please cue it. Councilors, enter your votes, please. And that Councilor House votes affirmative. That's also approved.
All right, and then the last one is the 2313 Manchester Expressway.
Motion second to approve item 3. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, you may enter your votes. Councilor House votes affirmatively as well, so that's passes.
All right, thank you, Mayor. That completes our agenda.
Thank you, sir. And we'll move to the public agenda. Ms. Teresa Elamine, representing the Southern Anti-Racism Network regarding reparations in Juneteenth. Ms. Elamine, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And you know the drill, 5 minutes, and I'll try to notify you when you get close to about a minute left.
Well, you have this little cute clock right here.
Okay. Well, you know where it is. A lot of folks miss it.
Deputy, could you pass these out for me? So the drill is, I give my address first, right?
Yes, ma'am. Gives you name and address.
Teresa Elamine, representing the Fannie Lou Hamer branch of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom and the Southern Anti-Racism Network, 3911 Steam Mill Road, just down the street from our illustrious city manager. I do want to acknowledge Jasmine Outlaw, who is a Warren Williams Parent Participation Coordinator. She's lived there for 6 years. I believe that's District 7, Madam Council Member, and also board member Etta Lamb, who lives here in Columbus. These are your voters. And 5-year-old Adonis, who is the son of Jasmine Outlaw. I do want to say that what you're receiving is the reason I missed the wonderful Juneteenth celebration, because I'm a mobilizing captain for the Poor People's Campaign. So I left Columbus on the 14th after I did my early voting, and then I drove to Charlotte, dropped off stuff, drove to Durham, dropped off stuff, and then took a train to DC, where I was there for 5 days. So I just want to remind everyone that 2 years ago, the city manager, the mayor, and the head of Parks and Recreation canceled Juneteenth. It was a small event that was an outdoor event, and I remember coming here and speaking before city council and getting the sense that most people were unaware of the significance of Juneteenth. And now Juneteenth is a national holiday pretty much everywhere. And people were celebrating Juneteenth all over DC.
And so it's great that Madam Toya Tucker, District 4, organized all those events. I will not miss it next year, trust me, because by next year, we want to have an ordinance passed on reparations. Seriously. They're passing them all over the country. Asheville, Buncombe County, Evanston, Illinois, Boston, everywhere. And I've been bombarding you with information, and the most important information is a historic account of this city being founded in 1828 during slavery and all of the atrocities that have taken place against enslaved Africans and their descendants over these hundreds of years. We'll be celebrating bicentennial in 2028 of the city of Columbus, because it was founded in 1828. And so my friends who worked on reparations for many years, I used to say to them, when y'all get that stuff together, let me know. But I went to an international conference on reparations in 2001, a few months after September 11th. It was the first time I had gotten on a plane since September 11th, because as you know, the airports were locked down with the military. But I got on a plane for that conference, and there was an African from the UK, and he said, we're not just talking about a paycheck, we're talking about a transformation of society. I said, sign me up. And that's when I signed up over 20 years ago to fight for reparations so that we can deal with it in the criminal justice system. The reentry is just a piece of it. We can deal with it when it comes to economic opportunities. We can deal with it when it comes to education and academic genocide that's been going on in this community for years. We can deal with it when it comes to housing, all the slumlords that's going on in this community. We can deal with it when it comes to health care, because we know what those disparities are like. Reparations now. So you'll hear more, because I'm looking for at least a few city council members to sign up to support the ordinance, because in every city I've lived in, the city manager takes charge of this kind of ordinance because it's big. It's big. We're talking 10-year plan, big. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you on reparations for the descendants of enslaved Africans in Columbus, Muskogee County. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Salamine.
And by the way, I'll be back next month for criminal justice reentry.
Okay.
And I do have Kristen's card, so
Good.
you know I'm gonna be on it.
I know we'll see you.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
November 12th, you're speaking at the summit. You know, when you spoke November 10th, you said you speak this year. So it's November 12th. It'll be at the Doubletree.
Well, I'm not one of my favorite speakers, but thank you for letting me know. I will
Well,
be
you're
there.
one of mine. You're
I will
one of
be
mine.
there.
So
will be
I'll
there.
see you next month.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. City Manager, we'll move on to your agenda. Yes, I'm sorry. We have one more on the list, but she has canceled. The clerk has notified me that they were unable to make it today, so we'll get them rescheduled.
Mr. Mayor, in reference to that.
Yes, Councilor Woodson.
Mayor, in reference to that, I did attempt to call Miss Sapp, and I was unable to get a hold of her. If the clerk of council has her address or something, can we send her a message that we want to assist her, but the phone number she provided goes to a voicemail of a male. So we're unable to reach out to her to see what her concerns are and see how we can help her.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item on my agenda is Dragonfly Connection, and we do have.
All right, motion second to approve the Dragonfly Connection. Item 1, any discussion? We will. Hearing none, if you queue it, you can register your votes, and Mr. City Manager, if you'd walk through that. And
Well,
Ms. Zajac may want to have.
Yeah, and I was going to invite her up in the event she wants to comment, but we've got T-Splosh discretionary funding of $780,000 for this connection. The estimated project budget is $1.4 million. Becca Sajak, who's Executive Director of Dragonfly Trail, is here. Would you want to just, I can tell them what it's about, but why don't you tell them?
So just briefly, this project is the first of 3 parts of the Midtown Connection. And as part of Dragonfly Trails Master Plan, all of the trails are currently interconnected, and we're at 33 miles. This will add another mile, almost mile and a half, to get us from basically 10th Avenue and Winton Road to 13th Street and Dinglewood Park area. And then from there, we'll continue on to Lake Bottom and make a connection to the Fall Line Trace.
Terrific.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So it's been approved, and congratulations. We look forward to moving it forward to get the 60 miles or more connected.
We're chipping away.
Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Becca.
Next, Mayor, is number 2 through.
2 through 6? Okay. There's a motion to approve items 2 through 6, but we had a question on 2, so you want to pull 2 and just do 3 through 6 and do 2 individually? Ms. Davis? Okay. Items 2 through 6 is motion and a second to approve. Any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. All right, if you would cue it.
2 through 6.
2 through 6, oh, voice vote. Okay, all in favor of items 2 through 6, please signify by saying aye. All right, any opposed? All right, and Councilor Davis had a question on.
So let me just say what it's about, and then.
Sure.
Unless you.
Go ahead.
Well, this is just a ARP grant program reallocation. You know, we started out with 3 grant programs, $3 million for small business, $850,000 for economic tourism, and $1 million for nonprofits. And there's a balance remaining in the economic tourism and nonprofit, $750,000 in economic tourism and $393,000 in nonprofits. And of course, we've done well allocating for small business up to $40,000. And we've got another $4 million that has come from the state that we're waiting for them to approve the guidelines that we're going to use. But in the meantime, we want to reallocate and go ahead and fund some of the other small business grant requests that we've received. And that's what this is, just a reallocation of money.
Mr. City Manager, 2 things. One, could you get the council just a copy of all the grants that have been handed out or that have already been approved, just so we can
yes,
get
sir.
an understanding? And then the other thing, I think a couple council members asked earlier, and I think it was discussed about the art project, which that does come back to council for approval once they figure all that stuff out. I think I read that in the.
Yeah, the second round of money, you mean?
In the report on the artwork,
Artwork, yes,
that-
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was a request. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the public defender contract was a second, was number 3 on the agenda. And this is the annual public defender contract we bring to you. It's $2.2 million. We pay it out on a monthly basis with 5% for administrative fee. Number 4 was the public art, 11th Street Viaduct. And do want you to know that that will go through the city, that the city will approve the art plans and design prior to the start of the project. The Dragonfly will be financially responsible for all the aspects of the project, all maintenance of artwork required to coordinate with adjoining property owners, businesses in the immediate area, obtain waivers from any participants working on artwork, releasing the city and the Dragonfly from any and all claims during the term of the agreement. And so wanted you to be comfortable with that. And
Excuse me, Mr. City Manager.
Sure.
Counselor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, when you say the city will take care, will approve all of this, will that, whatever is going into that area, come back to council?
That's right,
For
yes.
councils, or are we giving this authority to whomever? I'm not sure.
No, we're going to bring it back to you that you will see and know that there are no surprises. But, what, the Deputy City Manager said it's attached to the agenda, and this is what we're considering approval this time. Okay. So we want you to take a look at it, and we're not going to move on anything until we know that you're comfortable. But yes, she's saying, why don't you put it up on the screen? And, you know, I know that this will be your first seeing it, so you voted on it. We're not going to move on it unless I'll wait until the next meeting to see if there are any concerns with anything, and if I don't hear from you. Well, they showed it last week when they did the update. But do you have can we put it on the screen? Okay. So we're going to put it on the screen, and I'll come back to it, and we'll put it up.
Thank you.
But it was, when she did the update at the last meeting, they did show it. But I want to make sure that you have no issues. So we're not going to move until and unless, at least if you say that you have any concerns or questions. The next one was the Maximus Inc.
And we've got one more on that item, Counselor Davis.
While they're printing.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Maximus Inc. for Georgia Child Care and Parent Services, and that has to do with program of the Right from the Start program. And then the Risk Management Legal Services were the various legal lawyers. That's number 6 that we use. And then going back to the artwork that they showed at the last meeting, that's where a copy is included in this agenda. This is what we're talking about. And want to make sure you're okay with that, and so we won't move on it for several days to make sure that if you got questions, please email or call, text me. But this is what they showed at the last update. Councilor Davis, I believe you had.
No, I think the concern was, there's no problem with that. I think the concern is always things are subject to change, so if they change, we
Absolutely.
would expect you to bring it back
If
to
it's
us.
different
But I don't
from
think
what-
anybody has a problem with that.
Well, if it's different from what we're showing you, absolutely will come back.
Yeah, that's it.
But Councilor Thomas, think about, that's it, and if you got any questions, let me know. You don't have to let me know today, but just let us know. So I'm going to the purchases, Mayor, if there are no other questions on that public art.
All right, there's a motion to approve the purchases of A through G. Anybody want one of those pulled? All right, hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Or enter your, I thought you said we couldn't do it if it was. Register your votes, please. All right, and
So,
that's
so
approved.
A, Mayor, is just a continuation of cellular telephone service with Verizon. B is pavement management services and software. You know that we have a pavement management system that we use for resurfacing and all of that, and that's what that is. Item C, federal and state mandated fees for fiscal year 2023. Throughout the year, various departments have various federal or state mandated fees on things like emission fees, state alternative fuel and highway impact fees, solid waste disposal, et cetera. And that's just authorizing us to pay those fees when they are due so that we can pay them timely. We know they're due, and they're due every year. D, training management software subscription for fire and EMS department. E, herbicide truck repair for public works. The vehicle required repairs due to a traffic accident, and we've been reimbursed from, we were not at fault, so we've been reimbursed for that. Pipelining system with trailer mix pump and spray system was F, and that is $149,500. And G, removal of residual ground material and removal of disposal, reuse of large tree trunks. It's an annual contract. It's within the budget, and so we're asking to move forward with that. Those were the purchases that you just approved.
Okay, Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, I recognize that some of the motions that have been made, just the last two motions are made to approve these items in bulk, probably were made in the interest of time. But I would like to suggest to you that as part of the discussion, before the vote is taken, the city manager at least read out what these are. I think it's important that the citizens that are watching and some of the councilors, quite frankly, know what is in that motion, what is included in that motion. I'm not making a motion to that. I'm just saying please consider that for future meetings. And not to go into a lot of detail, I understand that, and I understand I'm taking longer to talk about this than we did to vote on it. But I think it's important that we be as transparent as we can. And I think that if that is done prior to the final vote, it will at least help soothe some of the concerns that I have heard about the way we handle these items. Thank you, Mr.
And I know this goes back to, it's just been something that we allow, or we afford as a courtesy to council, because if council wants to do them in bulk, that's fine. That's why we went to ask the city manager to run through them so that the public would know what's on them. But I think
I'm just
that's
asking
fine.
that he run through them before we do the final vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Davis is not there, but his light is on, so we'll come back to him.
I think we're done with purchases.
You
and we're
go
going
to
to
your
go.
presentations.
And so first, Mayor, I've got an update from the coroner. He's here in accordance with Ordinance 1339. The finance director is here and will mention a few things, and then the coroner can answer any questions if there's a need to answer questions. I'm going to yield to Angelica Alexander, the finance director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So as the city manager stated, the coroner is here pursuant to ordinance 13-39, which says that if a department or elected official will exceed their budgeted appropriations, they must come before this council and request additional appropriations. And so the request for the coroner, this is for FY22. You know, as you know, we just ended that fiscal year, and so we're sort of wrapping up the balances there, posting all of the expenditures that are applicable. And what we anticipate for the coroner's office for FY22 is additional appropriations in the amount of about $18,000. About 10,000 of that is due to a vacation payout for a long-term employee that retired from the coroner's office back in November? December, sorry. December, as well as operating materials, just due to inflation, those items have gone up really sort of across the board on fuel and auto parts and supplies for auto repairs. So the request for the coroner's office for FY22 is $18,000 in additional appropriations. I do anticipate other areas to cover the additional amount requested.
And of course, I do recommend approval, but we're going to have to wait until a few come back, it looks.
We've got 6.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, you got to have 6 in person. You got to have a quorum at the desk, I think.
So any questions in the meantime?
Councilor Crabb?
Can you go into the $10,000 payout a little bit more? I don't understand that.
Well, we have employees, long-term employees, you accrue, once you reach a certain number of years, you accrue up to 4 weeks. This employee had been here for that period of time where they accrued on an annual basis up to 4 weeks of annual leave to use. This is in addition to any sick time that we also allot to all employees on an annual basis. And so there are different buckets in which employees can store this leave. And from a vacation standpoint, you can store 30 days of vacation leave time in that particular bucket. And this is in addition to the leave that you accrue.
Okay, and so that, so that wasn't as budgeted because we didn't realize that they were going to retire at that time.
That's correct.
Okay, I get it. Thanks.
And this, that sort of thing really impacts small departments. You don't really see it for the bigger departments that have salary savings and so forth. That covers those payouts, so.
Okay. If there are no more questions, we'll entertain a motion to authorize.
I make a motion.
Second. Motion and a second to approve the coroner's request. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? And Councilor House is in favor. That passes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I appreciate it. I was caught totally off surprised by this.
Yes, sir.
I had no idea that it was going to come about until last week, and after I fainted and got up off the floor.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your support. Now,
Coroner, if you're going to talk.
I thought my voice carried pretty good. You did hear me, right?
Well,
Yeah.
it's not for
But
them,
it's
it's
for
for
the
TV.
Well,
folks-
it
folks
really
at
caught
home.
me totally off surprise. I had no idea that this was
Yeah.
going to hit me right in the face. And I appreciate the efforts that she's going through to help us with our budget every year. And it's a fighting battle, as y'all know, but I appreciate the support.
Yes, sir.
Now, I thought my morgue was cold, but y'all got me beat in here. I promise I'm about to freeze to
A
death.
little chilly.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Which would you rather be here or there, though?
Yeah.
So next, I've got waste collection update. Director of Public Works, Drill Short.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was a good laugh. I'm here to just briefly go over the yard waste collection services that we're providing right now. And Tiasha has some maps that were requested by the city manager at our last meeting to help you understand the days that are collected for your respective areas. The map, as you will see, is, we'll go into that as we get further into the PowerPoint. But just to go over some minor things with waste collection that you all have heard before, but it's important that you understand. Currently, waste collection needs 67 drivers in order to meet our level of services that we've been meeting. Currently, we only have 41 drivers out of 67. We only have 41 employees. Those 67 daily drivers pick up 104 household collection routes a week, That's done with 26 drivers. We have 56 yard waste collection routes that are collected weekly. That's done by 14 drivers. And then we have 48 recycling collection routes that have to be collected weekly, and that's done by 12 drivers. We only have 8 to 10 a day. We're depending on part-timers and temporary agencies to send us CDL drivers in order to make that 10. Normally, we have 40 grab-all routes every week. We have 10 drivers assigned to that, but we only have 8 that are trained to be able to use this equipment. We have 5 fill-in slots. Those are CDL drivers as well, to be able to replace those drivers that are out due to vacation or sick or whatever the case may be. We have 5 slots afforded to us for fill-in drivers. We don't have any. So total, again, we have 67 drivers that we need every single day in order to pick up everything that our level of service is requiring. So, but like I stated earlier, we only have 41 people, so we are hurting for drivers. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even have it in my hand. I apologize. As I stated earlier, 56 yard waste routes that we are normally responsible for collecting. That's 14 routes per day. Contractually, we have AmWaste right now, that is our contractor, that is collecting these 40 routes. We have 16 that the city of Columbus turned over to AmWaste to help pick up because I have no yard waste drivers. So you all have received the maps, and Bruce, if you don't mind putting up the maps for me. These are the maps that the city manager recommended that we try out last time I came before you. We will, with his permission, publish these on CCG TV along with the listing of all the routes as well. Everything that you see on this map that's highlighted in dark colors is traced out in black. Those are your collected days for that day. So I believe your first map is for this week, August the 15th, I believe it is. So everything starting with Monday, the first map is Monday, the second map is Tuesday, the third map is Thursday, and the last map is Friday. So every week up to the 19th of August, you have a map that is traced that shows you the areas that are being collected. On top of that, we also have a listing that we'll be glad to also publish that helps you just to be able to read the streets a little bit better, if you will. Any questions on those maps?
So let me understand.
Yes, sir.
So a person will be able to go to the week of July 15th.
That's correct.
And based on the color-coded map, if they live in that color code, they know the exact, their day is Thursday, or it's Thursday, they know that week,
AmWaste is gonna pick up that week in that area,
okay?
okay? So if I can use overhead, that might help
Yeah,
all as well.
please. Go
Bruce,
ahead.
can I just- Just to make it a little bit. But we'll just use Midtown right here as the example.
Turn your mic on over there, your mic. Okay, your mic. Microphone. There it is.
Just wanted to show you that on the map, you notice that all these streets that are dark colored black, traced in black, those are being collected on Monday, August the 5th, 2022. That's the example that I'm using. But you have a map, you have 4 maps for every week up to the 19th, showing each collection day in the area that it is to be collected. Is that clear, sir?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
but for those who don't have access to computers, how will they?
They can see it on CCG TV. We will be publishing it on CCG TV along with the listing.
Okay, and you're gonna list also by street?
We're going to also list it by street. It'll also be on the website and all our other social media listings
Okay.
that we have available. So it will be available for them. So they can go to the map, see the day. If they know they're picked up on Thursday, it's the week of August the 15th, which is this week. Look at that map and see exactly what's traced out, what is to be collected that week.
So are they picking up every week?
They are picking up every week, yes, sir.
Okay, so if I know that my day is on Thursday, I no longer have to just put my can out there on Monday, thinking they might get it Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday. I can wait until Thursday morning, pull my can out, because I know they're gonna pick it up on Thursday.
Because they're gonna pick up on that
That's
week.
my day.
That's right. If it's not traced out, you are not picked up that day.
If it's not what?
Traced out. If the map itself is not highlighted in the dark tracing of the roads.
Yeah.
Say I live in this area that's not traced.
Yeah.
Then I'm not picked up that day, that week.
Yeah.
But you'll see it on the next day, the next week, excuse me, map.
So, but my question is, if I mow my lawn every Saturday, are they gonna pick up every Thursday, or are these maps indicating that it may be every other Thursday?
It's indicating that it may be every other Thursday.
But this will tell you exactly when it's going to be.
This will tell you exactly when it's gonna be.
Okay.
So we're picking up every 2 weeks for the yard waste.
It pretty much averages every third week, you will be picked up.
Every third week will be picked up.
Okay, yes, that's in the next slide. So this is temporary,
Well,
I have to,
We got Counselor Huff.
okay.
Yeah, Director Short, on the dates, we're using the end of the week?
Yes, sir,
Okay,
week ending,
so week ending,
yes, sir.
okay. And then, under the color code, you're saying that where it's
Traced out in black.
traced out in black?
Those are collected streets for that day.
Okay. And city manager brought up the fact that it would be every 2 or 3 weeks
Yes, sir,
on yard waste?
yes, sir.
Because I've been getting calls on that, trying to figure out, I have some people that are in that 3 to 4 week range right now. Okay, I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Thomas?
Director Short, when did this start?
This has been going on since they took on the additional 16 routes back in December.
Because I'm getting calls on a regular basis from people who say, my yard clippings have not been picked up for fill in the blank, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And I know driving through some of the neighborhoods that that is absolutely what has happened, is that those cans are still sitting on the side of the yard. I did have one guy who thanked me for not picking up his trash because, his yard clippings, because his can was full and he couldn't put any more, so he didn't clean his yard that week. But that's not the usual call. But there's just really a concern out there by citizens that have had their yard waste, particularly sitting on the side of the street for weeks. And it's beginning to smell, they can't put more into it or whatever. So I'm really concerned that we seem to be still not solving this problem. We've talked about this and talked about it and talked about it, and I don't know what the solution is, but I know that when I keep getting these telephone calls, these people are, they're upset with the city, they're upset with, whomever, and they are, I think they have a good reason to be upset at times. If you have put out your yard waste and it has not been picked up for 6 weeks, which is the case on Mobley Road, and you call 311 and 311 tells you, I'll report it and they'll get to you, and they don't get to you, I think you have a reason to be upset. And so I'm passing that along for whatever it's worth, but I just am not, I just am frustrated, and I hope you are as frustrated as I am.
Absolutely am.
That we don't seem to be picking up the yard waste. I understand sometimes, I understand the bulk waste not being picked up, but the yard waste seems to me ought to be a regular, I mean, that's, people all over town have yard waste and it's not being picked up. So take that for what it's worth, but I'm not sure that I don't know.
Well, seems like a couple
I
of.
can't drive a truck, so I can't go out there and help them get this stuff done.
Seems like a couple of months ago, maybe, that we were saying we were gonna pick up every week with the exception of like the third week.
Right, rotation.
Yeah, so we're regressing. Now we're going back to every third week we're picking up.
Well, right now, we are in the throes of negotiating with Amwaste. I am hopeful that we will have this signed within the next week or two. With that being said, they have guaranteed us that once we've signed the contract where they've got all 56 routes, they should be up to full staffing levels to start collecting all 56 routes with no rotations effective August the 1st. So I appreciate your comments. I too am very frustrated. If I could drive a truck and they've had to keep me out of it because I'm not licensed, I would, but it's just temporary. We will get it under control once they have all 56 routes. And like I said, we're in the midst of negotiations right now. I can't speak much on it because it is an active negotiation taking place right now. But August 1st is the date that they have given.
Let me ask one more thing.
Yes, sir.
We're not doing another RFP because there's.
No, sir. It is up for renewal,
Yeah.
but there were some things that we wanted to address in the contract to put us in an even better position
Yeah.
when dealing with missed pickups and things of that nature.
I'd hate for them to feel like they had all the leverage
No,
because
sir.
they know we're in a little bit of pain right now because we're not able to get to all these things.
Correct.
And I just, okay.
So as I stated, Amwaste, our contract, we're currently up for renewal, and we are negotiating those right now. As I stated earlier also, Amwaste has guaranteed us that once they're up to full staffing levels, they will be able to start taking on all 56 routes with no rotations, effective August the 1st. And I am looking forward to that day.
Councilor Crabb.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this.
You're
I mean, I know that, I understand Counselor Thomas's frustration. We're all getting those phone calls. I think until we can get it resolved, at least being able to communicate with them so that they don't set their garbage can, they know what day to set their garbage can out, and they also know that it's going to get picked up that day. Because, and it's not sitting on the street for 3 or 4 weeks. I think that is really good. I think the communication will help resolve some of the frustration. I know that I get telephone calls from the 311 system if there's going to be a missed pickup in an area or something like that. I'm wondering if we can use that system proactively and call people on these routes and say, we will be in your neighborhood tomorrow, or we will be in your neighborhood to pick up your yard waste on Tuesday of this week or something like that.
And I think that's a good thought. We can use GIS to create the zone that we will be calling for those that's going to be picked up Thursday.
Right, and
And
maybe
then-
2 days in advance, so they
Yeah.
know that on Wednesday night, they set it out.
So I think we can work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just because I know GIS can look at and create that boundary, and we call all within that
Right.
area and communicate that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand our frustration until we get this contract and not having the staff to pick it up and everything. There's really nothing we can do about that. We don't have enough drivers, we don't have, so let's concentrate in areas that we can, in, higher customer service, better communication, those things that we're in control of. Make sure that those Amwaste drivers know that when they take 2 seconds longer to put that trash can back in the right place and in the proper way. Also communicating to people, I've been getting calls from people about the lids being left open, and I was actually behind an Amwaste truck this week, and so I followed them for a little while, and they were leaving it open. And so I talked to them, and they explained to me that they leave them open so that the next driver coming down that street knows that those have been dumped. So now I understand why they are left open. And so I will communicate to my constituents, that's the reason why it's being done, you know, in order to not get rainwater in them when you know it's going to be raining and that's the day for your pickup. Make sure you get home and you put the lid on, because the lid's going to be open. So that's just something I learned this week, and I wanted to share it with everybody. And I just think you guys are working in the right direction, and I appreciate that you're focusing on areas that we do have control over.
All right,
So-
a few more counselors. Counselor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, I would also recommend that we do some kind of a training session, if you will, with the folks at 311. Give them these maps so that when that person on Mobley Road that hadn't had a pickup, or has told me he hadn't had a pickup for 6 weeks, when he calls 311, they can tell him,
Sure.
using these maps,
Yeah.
when the next one will be. From what I heard from him this go-round, they are saying 311, and this is his side of the story. I understand that. I understand there are two sides, at least. He's been told, we'll get to it. Well, okay. But if they had these maps and could say to the person calling, your pickup is on Friday for the week of July the 15th, and, you know, that goes a long way. The communication goes a long way to helping solve some of these problems. So I would really recommend that we do some kind of customer service training with 311. Give them these maps. Director Short, you may want to be the one to explain to them how they work and what happens to them. And hopefully that will at least answer some of the questions that we are being given.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. And good point.
Okay. Counselor Woodson. I don't know if there's any
Yes,
more.
City Manager, I was just wondering, and it came to my mind on when Councilor Crabb mentioned about the phone calls and stuff. How do the residents have to sign up for those messages?
They do.
So I guess then we would need to do a PA announcement advising individuals if they want to keep track of things that are happening in the city or about their garbage pickup, whatever. They need to register with this number. And I always wanted to ask that, but I kept forgetting, having
Yeah,
senior
yeah,
moments.
we have an ongoing campaign to get citizens to sign up for the emergency notification. And if they don't choose to sign up, they're not going to get the notice.
Can you have Pam or someone send me that flyer or that notification? I can put it,
We'll have
you know, on
Tiasha.
my Facebook or something, and if we all get it and put it on
Yeah.
our Facebook, we can publish it, probably in the entrance of our building, if we can do like a little kiosk or something, where it says, sign up to get notification from the city. Because I know I get in, and when I see Taisha, it always comes out Taisha's name. When I see it, I say, okay, what she want? The first time I said, what she want, and it was the recording.
Yeah, we'll have her send it to you.
And you also, Charmaine, I don't know if you know, but you also get a text. If you
Sure.
don't answer your phone, it gives you a text,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I just wanted to clarify that because it's a good suggestion, but it's only gonna work if people are part of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the last thing that I had was just to inform you that Amwaste has presented interest to us to purchase some of our trucks that are just sitting there. We are strategically looking at this because we recognize that we are still responsible ultimately. So we don't want to get rid of all of our good trucks, but these are 2014s. They have met their lifespan as far as miles and usage is concerned. So the city manager I'll be contacting him in regards to that request from them, and hopefully we can sell some trucks to help offset some of this cost
Yeah.
as well.
Can we sell the trucks and buy new ones?
And so, and I would just say to you, go back to the slide before. If someone had asked me in 2019 and at the beginning of 2020, if we anticipated that we would be contracting out any portion of waste collection, not 56 routes, but 2 routes. If someone had asked me or you probably would have said to them, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I mean, we have garbage trucks, we have the labor pool through the work camp. It's not going to happen. Never even imagine that we would contract out. And here we are, not talking about contracting out a handful of routes in 2022. We're talking about contracting out 56 routes. And so that is what the pandemic has done for us. It's unprecedented. I wouldn't have ever thought of it. And then I was looking, I think I sent the mayor something, and I know that, you know, you probably saw it in Lynette, Alabama, where they were not picking up household waste. And the citizens were outraged that household waste, not yard waste, household waste had not been picked up for weeks, sitting on the curb. So that's what city, county governments are going through. And here we are contracting out 56 routes, not thinkable. But I just wanted to make that point, that we didn't anticipate, we didn't see this coming, but it's here. And we got to deal with it. We got to figure it out. I know citizens are, I mean, I don't like it. I'm frustrated. You're frustrated. We're all frustrated. And so we just got to figure it out. And I think we will get there.
Well, the key is temporary. That is that we keep our word and make sure that is a temporary situation. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, Mayor, we have the animal control update. I wanted them to come back and do another update. I've been sending out emails again. I think I sent you all the one on Fulton County, where it shows you what they are dealing with animal care control. And so I wanted staff to come back and give an update on our situation.
Okay. Well, I want you to take a journey with me, a journey in our animal control daily life. I think the numbers will show you exactly what we contend with on a daily basis. To start, I wanted to start with the first week. I think you all will agree with me. That last week in June was a very hectic week. We had a lot of animals. We were getting a lot of calls because we were just begging our rescue partners to come and get animals because we didn't want to have to euthanize. So on Sunday, June 26th, we started our shelter that day with 57 dogs, 41 cats, 2 guinea pigs, for a total of 100 animals. That's what we ended our day with. We called on our mayor to do a public service announcement for you if you haven't seen it. We're going to show it. He did a great job. So Bruce, if you don't mind playing that for me.
No, that's me on the right. Do what?
Hey, this is Skip Anderson, Mayor of Columbus, and this is my friend Sally. You know, our Columbus Council and all of our administrative staff do a great job of taking care of the people that live in Columbus, Georgia. But there's some other citizens that can't speak for themselves, and that's why we need your help. Sally wants to make sure that you understand that we work very hard with our staff and with the volunteers and with all of the rescues that just work tirelessly to make sure that we find homes for folks like Sally. And we want to let you know that we're doing everything we can to try to make sure that we don't have to euthanize any of these incredible citizens to try to make room within the shelter. I will tell you there's some things that you can do. We need your help. Some of the things you can do, you can make sure that your pet is spay or neutered. so that we don't add to the population that finds its way out into the streets, or maybe even ultimately here at the Animal Control Center. We also want you to remember that if you have to move to a location where they won't let you take your pet, rehome it. Don't turn it in. Don't let it loose on the road. Try to find somebody that'll take it in. And finally, adopt. We've been having a lot more turn-ins and a lot more of these animals finding their way to the Animal Control Center than we've had leaving. So if you're looking for a companion or a pet, we'd urge you to come to the Columbus Animal Control Center and adopt. If you'd like to learn more about becoming a foster, call the Animal Control Center or call one of the incredible rescues that work so tirelessly to find these young folks home.
So that was a great PSA that was done with a phone and the mayor. So I invite any of you that would like to do a PSA for our animals to please contact me. We'll be glad to do it on whatever subject matter you'd like to do it on. And you can hold any animal that we have available, including guinea pigs, because we get them quite often. So that was something that I thought was really, really special. And Mr. Mayor, we just want to thank you again for taking the time out of your busy day to do that for us. It was cute. So these statistics are for the period beginning June 26th, actually, through July 10th. And we took it through that time period because I wanted to remind you that the city manager and the deputy city manager, as well as the mayor, agreed to allow us to waive all of our impoundment fees for the upcoming 4th of July holiday. That is a holiday that we consistently get slammed on every year because people don't put their animals up, they get spooked, they get out, they end up in our shelter, and we end up overloaded. So intake to impoundment from June 26th to July the 10th was 104 animals. That's 196 animals. That's 104 dogs and 92 cats. That's a lot of animals. We had 28 returned to owners. Those are 28 animals that were returned to their owners, and we did not charge them the impoundment fee. Just to give you an idea of what we did on each day from July 1st to the 3rd, we had no fees waived because we had no owners to come in and obtain their animals. July 4th, we had 2 animals to come in and that were returned to their owners. July 5th, we had 10 returned to their animals. That's the day after the 4th. July 6th, we had 5 animals returned to their owners. And July 7th through the 10th, we had 3 animals returned to owners. The fees amount to $2,200, but it was worth waiving those fees to get those animals out of the shelter. During the same time period, we had 31 adoptions. We had 31 dogs adopted and 1 cat adopted. That was a great, great time period. Our rescue partners always come through for us, but we have to remember when we call on them, we have to remember that they're also taking animals. They've got a shelter that's also being overloaded and impacted by what comes into our facility. So during this 10-day period, we had 10 dogs placed at Animal Ark, 14 dogs placed at Animal SOS, 22 dogs placed at Paws, and Columbus Purrs and Paws, which is a cat rescue, took in 25 cats from our facility. Some of you have asked questions about our postings. I just wanted to put these up to show you that we do media posts all day, every day. 3, 4, 5 times a day, just depending on what we've got in there and what we have to do. This is the first social media post. Starts at 7:17 in the morning. Because when we come in, we're not coming into an empty shelter. We're coming into what was there the night before. So when we say we need 18 runs, that's because everything in our facility is filled. Plus we've got dogs on our trucks, and we're trying to get space empty to bring those animals into the shelter. So that's just the same day, just showing you we do it both on Facebook as well as we text our rescue partners and let them know exactly what it is that we need during the day. And again, it's done 3 to 4 times a day. So here are some facts about from June 26th to July the 10th. We had on the 26th a total of 100 residents. We took in 196 dogs and cats during this time period. We had 71 placements, 32 adoptions, and 28 were returned to owners. Still in the facility as of June the 10th was 116 animals. That's past capacity for our facility. The difference that you'll find if you're doing the math on it would be considered wildlife. Those are your raccoons, your possums, your deer, your coyotes, whatever we happen to catch that is not domesticated is considered wildlife. And that is also having to be placed in our shelter, reported to the state, and then we take the appropriate measures to dispose of it. If we are letting it go back loose like a snake, we take it to the woods, we let it go loose, or if it's something like a raccoon that by state requires us to send for testing, then we do that as well. Again, 116 residents, I call them residents in our shelters. And just to show you that it's not just happening in Columbus, Georgia, this is a video that the city manager sent to us regarding Fulton County, and I just wanted you to hear what they're dealing with.
Another urgent call for help from Fulton County Animal Services. The facility, built for 80 dogs, has reached over 300. Staff is pleading with the public to adopt and foster.
We really need the public's help in terms of coming in and fostering pets, adopting our pets. We got a number of programs aimed at making sure that it's basically free for all practical purposes to adopt a pet or very low cost. But we really need the public to work with us. And I'm asking, I guess, all of the individuals out there who are fans of dogs and cats to please visit the shelter, and to the extent that you can, foster for a period of time or adopt one of our dogs or cats to help us out, and hopefully give you a trusted partner for the rest of their lives.
To see the dogs available for adoption, visit FultonAnimalServices.com. And to see those available to foster, visit lifelineanimal.org/foster. That's just some of what's happening in Fulton. To stay connected, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
And I just wanted to show you what other communities are dealing with. They're dealing with the same thing. Fulton County only has 80 runs, but they had over 300 animals in their facility. So it is a national problem right now, I should say crisis actually, but just to remind you of what we're dealing with, I wanted to give you those numbers, remind you that we only have 40 runs for general population. Total runs in the whole facility is 57. When we get animals that come in pairs or 3 of them running together, we put all of them in one run. We don't separate them. If they get along fine, they go in together the same way, so that we can maintain as many runs being open for the incoming clients, if you will, that we have on a day-to-day basis. So that's basically my presentation, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we'll move on to critical vacancies update by HR Director Aretha Hollowell.
Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Manager, I did want to say something. Look, every little bit helps. I don't want this to sound kind of flippant, but certainly not that. But, if what we just saw, some statistics during the holidays, I know Georgia's now opened up fireworks and things like that. We know July 4th. We know January 1st, New Year's, times like that. I know the last presentation that the city's under, is it the USDA restrictions or state restrictions?
Department of Agriculture.
So it's
state.
USDA restrictions. I'm wondering if it's worth it trying to ask them to, look, if you got fireworks out there, it's creating a problem here. Maybe we ought to extend the grace period during that time to allow owners to, the returns or to find their animals. At least it gives you a little more room to work with. Now, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud here, but, maybe that's a question. I don't know if anybody's ever thought of that, maybe ask him for that.
We absolutely would welcome an extension. I don't know if it will help anyone that comes in trying to retrieve their animal, but let me also say, whether it's waived by the city manager and the mayor or not, when a person comes in to retrieve their animal, we look at all factors. And we call our rescue partners, and there are some who have funds to do just that, assist someone that needs help, being able to pay any fines, especially if it's a third or fourth time the animal has been impounded, where it's $125 if your animal is not fixed. And they will intervene. They will come in and say, we'll pay all your fines. Then we won't issue a citation. the owner will agree to get their animal fixed, plus the rescue takes care of the fine. So we look at all different ways of resolving the issue, but we would absolutely I'd love to have an extension on it.
Well, I kind of like playing with numbers, but, it'd be interesting to call around the state and see if everybody else has the same kind of statistics. You'd know if it's a real problem that, maybe they can make some adjustments. I'm just, anything that can help out, because that is, it's a burden. It sounds like it's a burden.
For all shelters.
With the number of animals that are coming in, and then you're under the restrictions, it just doesn't add up,
Thank you.
Counselor Tucker?
This is for the vote that was taken on the city manager's agenda. I just wanted to register them as yes. It was when I stepped out, I needed to register my vote.
Okay.
Yes.
Counselor Woodson?
Thank you.
Yes, can you, because I was very surprised, when you pick up the dogs and stuff, do you check the dogs for having chips where you can contact the owner?
Yes, every animal control officer that's on the street has a universal reader that will read any chip. The key is finding it, but we search all over the animal for that. And we are very grateful that this year we were finally funded to be able to administer chips. So we will be placing chips in every animal that is adopted from our shelter. Going out, they will all be microchipped.
I just heard you say where you trying to, go around, find where the chip is. Is there something we can do, an ordinance or something with your partners you can communicate so that all veterinarians that put in chips, put them in one place? So that way it'd be easier for you guys to locate them then?
Well, no, because they're gonna migrate no matter where you place them. But there is
Okay.
they put them behind the shoulder blade and they stay there, but as they grow, they move. And so you just kind of rub them down and it will give you a noise, if you will, when you've located the chip, and then it will also show you the chip number. And then that number is registered to a company, and we call that microchip company to find out who the owner is.
Oh, okay.
But oftentimes too, let me just say this, if you are giving up your animal for some reason and you had it microchipped, please transfer that information of ownership so that the microchip company has the proper owner's name listed for that chip, because that also becomes a problem.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So next, Mayor, we're actually going to call on Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge for the Heritage Park Historic Columbus update.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We are here today with Historic Columbus. We had a public meeting that we held last month. Councilor Woodson attended that meeting just to get citizen input. Historic Columbus has also done a survey about Heritage Park and the promenade. And so I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Walden with Historic Columbus. We have a brief presentation just to give you the results of that public meeting and also the results of the survey that they conducted.
Thank you all so much for allowing us to be here today to provide you with this update. As you know, Historic Columbus's overall concept is to revitalize the Chattahoochee Promenade and expand the history of our city told within the area by moving the industrial history elements from Heritage Park to the promenade, along with creating a new history trail. To return the Heritage Park property to its original residential use and save 5 endangered historic structures for them to become single-family homes once again. We began speaking about the hope of this concept with many of the original donors to Heritage Park, the Historic District Preservation Society, as well as individual homeowners, and with the city about a year ago. Our next steps following the presentation to you all on June 14th were to hold a public meeting and to conduct a public survey. The public meeting was held on Monday, June 27th at the City Annex Building, beginning about 5 p.m. and it wrapped up about 6:30, and there were approximately 30 people in attendance. The questions and concerns brought to the floor dealt with future maintenance and trash pickup for the promenade, losing green space if the promenade wasn't going to be maintained, being careful of how tree removal is done, parking, how far the project would cover on the promenade, timeline of the project, and power lines. As we did within our June presentation to you all, we also addressed the larger known concerns at the public meeting, controlling the quality of the renovation work for the 5 houses to be moved, and limiting their use to single-family homes. We share those concerns and are beginning to have those thoughtful discussions. We also addressed the question about filling in the water feature at Heritage Park. We did look at removing the feature altogether as a potential solution. However, when partnering with Westville to save the 3 historic houses in Lumpkin became a viable part of the concept, the Historic Columbus Board voted overwhelming in favor of that concept being presented. Following the public meeting, I also supplied to Assistant City Manager Pam Hodge and Councilor Woodson a summary from that meeting, and we were both so grateful for them being in attendance that night. Overall, we, Historic Columbus, felt well about how the meeting went. The survey was available to fill out on our website for 4 weeks between Friday, June 17th and Friday, July 8th. Historic Columbus also generated 4 social media posts over the course of that month and ran a reoccurring advertisement on social media asking for people to complete the survey. The total reach of the Facebook and Instagram posts, along with the Facebook ad, was a little over 14,000 accounts. WRBL and the Ledger have also covered the project within that time frame. Accounts that were reached. Yes, that saw it. Yeah. A total of 96 surveys were completed. However, not all of the questions were answered in each one of them. The survey asked questions regarding how and when you visit the Chattahoochee Promenade, how you currently use it, the aspects you like the most, the aspects you like the least, desired new activity for the promenade, improvements you see needed, what history should be included in a new history trail, rating the current maintenance of the space, how you feel about the addition of a river view, should the existing amenities be retained, and then there was an open comment section as well. The majority of the people arrive by car or foot, as one would expect, with exercise and passive use being the top 2 ways that people use the promenade. Aspects like the most, the amphitheater and gazebos, open space, natural beauty, green space by the river, and the history told. The aspect like the least, trash, lack of security, lawn cutting, weeds, and overall maintenance. Desired activities, gathering space, improving the walkways, improved signage, and a place to enjoy nature. We received very good ideas for stories to be included in a history trail. This aspect really resonated with the majority, and being inclusive in that history was repeated over and over and over again. Maintenance continues to be a significant issue with the majority of those who completed the survey, along with restricting the moved homes use to single family. There were 7 out of the 96 that included statements of wanting Heritage Park to remain as is or in some smaller scale. We also received 3 emails from one homeowner with continued concerns of control over quality of renovations for the moved homes and restricting their use, and there was 1 phone call wanting us to keep Heritage Park. Historic Columbus's overall takeaways include the quality of work for the moved homes, use control for the moved homes, sharing our community's history, keeping the natural beauty of the promenade and maintaining the open green space, the importance of future maintenance for the promenade, keeping it walkable, and creating a river view is important. From our perspective, from the survey, comments on social media, and direct contact, there's not been an overwhelmingly large voice to keep Heritage Park as it is, but an overall desire for the proposed plan to be thoughtful, mindful of future maintenance, and to work. Again, this project is a hope, and we continue to be very grateful to each of y'all for allowing us to even bring this concept before y'all and to the public. And that is my update.
Excuse me just a minute. Operator error, sorry.
There you go.
Counselor Woodson.
Elizabeth, thank you very much. You did an outstanding job during that presentation and bringing it before council and keeping communications with me. You made this project very easy. You have a lot to be proud of yourself and staff. I was going to mention so that, just a reminder that some of the concerns about the maintenance was brought up from the citizens, that we're not able to maintain it. You know, it's difficult. And Pam and I were doing a sidebar conversation, and we talked about probably, if possible, for us to look at putting that up, I can't even talk English today, privatizing that maintenance for the park, so it would not get to the point where it is today. And that's a problem that we've had. We've been discussing on a lot of our buildings, the maintaining of them once we build them and create them. So I just wanted to plant that seed so that we can remember when we have that conversation of looking at the funding and how can we do that, where we can get a private company to maintain it just like we do some of the other ones. And Pam, I don't know, you might be able to elaborate better than I have. But I didn't want to leave that part out. And also I wanted us to be cautious too. And Elizabeth mentioned it too. Some of the cause and concern I received was to ensure that these 5 new structures do not become Airbnb residents. Those were the 2 biggest highlights that I took, you know, out of all the conversation. Those were the big 2 highlights that I took away, that I felt was important for me to share with y'all of those concerns. And I agree with those concerns, because Airbnbs are awesome, but it depends who rents them. And then we have a problem in Columbus, whether, you know, it's a problem that's hard to take care of. Is sometimes we have absentee landlords or managers. We have in our ordinance where it says somebody's supposed to be available 24 hours, and sometimes no one is available 24 hours. So we wanted to keep that in mind as we move on with this project, about those 2 main concerns that were brought up. Other than that, I felt like people really liked the concept and was excited about it. But those were the 2 biggest ones that I took with me. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on it, Pam.
Yeah, and so I passed along that comment to Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin. The Riverwalk is maintained by a private contractor, and because the promenade is so close to the Riverwalk, I know they're looking into possibly adding the promenade to that Riverwalk maintenance contract. So we're looking into that with Public Works and Parks and Rec.
And I wanted to make sure I heard it correctly that day. If not, Deputy City Manager, we can look into it. The small amphitheater that's right next to it, I think it's not included in the project. If I'm not sure if I'm correct.
That's correct.
I would like for us to see what we can do to improve that section. Because if you're going to beautify, you're going to move and then have Blad next to it, it doesn't look appropriate for us as a city or the district representative when you have something so positive and beautiful and something looking so negative. So we could take that 3rd piece and see what we can do to improve that. I don't think it'll take a lot. So, but thank you very much again, Elizabeth, and your team. And I appreciate the opportunity that you allowed me to work with you.
So next steps would be on a future council meeting, either the next one or the first one in August, we would be bringing back an agreement for the exchange of property and the expectations of and the responsibilities of the city and Historic Columbus in this transaction.
Councilor Garrett.
This is somewhat of a tangent, but Councilor Woodson brought up Airbnbs, and I've had constituent meetings with my folks about it, and one concern outside the absentee aspect that I think is just a logical thing, I think Councilor House would piggyback on this, and so would Councilor Barnes. We have tons of hotels for people to stay in. We have very, very limited housing for the people who want to move to Columbus, and over half of my staff lives in Alabama because they can't find a house here. And I know the military has said they have a critical shortage on base, particularly for officers with families. And the Airbnb, since they're short-term, I didn't realize how many we had just in the Park District. When they showed me the X's on blocks and how many houses, and these are nice houses, they actually have renovated them very nicely, but a ton of our multifamily residential is being taken up, and we have no more room to build practically. I mean, our city is somewhat landlocked, and if we want to see population growth and growth in our tax base, we've got to find some way to make sure that there's available housing. It's not all used for short-term rentals. I just want to bring that to our attention because we're not going to see population increases unless we can house them.
Councilor Crabb? Hang on, there we go.
Thank you. What I've been seeing in the real estate community in the last, I'd say, 2 years, is we are having a lot of corporations come in and buy these vacant houses up. And when they do that, they turn them into rentals, and it's pretty much, they'll come in and they'll put in a cash offer well above the list price, well above what any of us would think that it would appraise for. And, of course, they get it. And I don't think that it's necessarily a good thing that because these houses will never see the market again. They will be turned into rentals. And so like what Councilor Garrett is saying, it's going to hurt the affordable housing in this area. Because there will be less housing available, and of course, supply and demand, that always raises the price. So I don't know in a free market system how you handle that, but it's not good that all these corporations are coming in and buying these houses up.
Well, it's driving the appraisals will be impacted on future properties. You'll see more gentrification. You'll see us pricing the homes that were designed for people who are looking for affordable housing priced out of that market.
Well, it's even pricing, it's even pricing the sellers. The sellers that take those houses, it's pricing them out of buying another house. Because so their house gets sold above, appraised value, and then they take that money and they go to try and buy something else. Well, that appraisal just made the house that they wanted to buy go up too. So it's even creating a situation where sellers can't buy.
Yep. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, I see one of our citizens, Mr. Wayne Boyd, is in the audience, and I know that he is a resident of the Historic District and also has served on the BHAR Board. I don't know if you wanted to say anything, Wayne, or you wanted to add anything to this conversation. I think we could invite you to the podium if you do.
Okay. Well, welcome, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Doesn't seem to be any more questions.
All right, thank you, and we will be coming back to you. With that, we'll move on to critical vacancies update with our HR Director, Aretha Hollowell.
Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I wanted to just provide a brief update on the critical vacancies within the Columbus Consolidated Government. I provided an update back in February of this year, and this will just be another update of what we provided in February of this year. So we term critical vacancies as those positions that are typically vacant for about 6 months or so, and those positions that are required, we cannot operate without those positions. They are required to be in place. These are typically hard-to-fill positions, they are skilled positions, and they are typically positions that are in high demand, that other organizations are looking for the same type of skills and talents that we are looking for to perform the work that we need to perform. So we looked at our public safety department in terms of the critical vacancies there. The three departments that in public safety that are primarily impacted with critical vacancies include the police department, the sheriff's office, and Muskogee County Prison. So in February of February of this year, in the police department, in terms of police officers, we noted that there were 130 vacancies in that department. Today, we're reporting that there are 127 vacancies. That number is down slightly, but we do count it positive that that number is down. In terms of the sheriff's office, we're looking at sworn deputies, sheriff deputies and correctional officers. In February, we reported that there were 70 vacancies. That number is down to 51 vacancies today. And at Muskogee County Prison, we reported in February that they had 17 critical vacancies, and that number is down to 14. So those are positive numbers, although we'd like to see it move a whole lot more, but we are definitely moving in a positive direction. And in terms of government, general government critical vacancies, we looked at our Metro department, Parks and Recreation department, Public Works, Engineering, and Information Technology. In Metro, there are 52 bus operator positions. In February, we reported that there were 22 vacancies. However, that particular number is not going in a good direction. Today, they're reporting 25 vacancies. That's about half of their fleet in terms of bus operators that are needed. In the Parks and Recreation Department, in February, we reported 176 vacancies. Now, in Parks and Rec, you will know that they rely very heavily on part-time work. So 90% of these positions are part-time positions, and then they've got another 10% or so that are full-time positions that are vacant. But that number is trending down. And one of the positive things that did happen in Parks and Recreation, as we approached the summer months and school was going to be out, they had a desperate need for lifeguards. And they were not getting lifeguards so that they could open the swimming pools. And through a series of requests, and the director, said, we need lifeguards, and appealed to the city manager, appealed to the deputy city manager, and we were able to increase the starting pay for lifeguards, and they were able to hire more lifeguards. They still need lifeguards, but they were able to hire the lifeguards that they needed in order to open the swimming pools that needed to be opened. So that's moving in a positive direction. In Public Works, you've already heard from the director this morning with regard to the shortage of drivers that they need in terms of waste equipment operators and equipment operators. But that number too is trending in a positive direction. In February, we reported there were 38 vacancies. Today, we're reporting that there are 29 vacancies. Again, the need is still critical, but it is going in a positive direction. The fleet maintenance techs there in Public Works, we reported in February that they had 10 vacancies. Today they have 4. So that's moving in a good direction. The fleet maintenance techs, these are the mechanics. In the engineering department, another department that unfortunately is going in not the direction that we would want it to go in terms of the number of vacancies. These are engineering type positions that again are in high demand and difficult to fill. So in February, we reported that they had 4 vacancies. Today, they have 7 vacancies. And with all of the construction, private sector and public sector construction that's going on, the need is just that more critical. In the information technology department, they are experiencing a critical need as well as it relates to programmers, PC tech supervisors. they have a tremendous need there. And I will say this, whether we're talking about information technology, engineering, public works, Metro and Parks and Rec, as well as our public safety department, they are being very creative. We're all trying to be extremely creative in terms of how we recruit and retain our employees. So I'll talk a little bit about that, but the challenges continue to be there. We're seeing movement in a positive direction, which is very, very good. We just need more of the same movement in that direction. So I did want to, because this was part of the presentation back in February, I wanted to at least mention the police department in particular in terms of its turnover. If you look at the very last column to the right of your screen there that's highlighted in blue, this shows the turnover rate from January to June for the last 6 months. So there are 22, they've hired 22 officers. 3 have retired, 26 have resigned, there have been 1 termination, 1 deceased, and they are at a negative net 9 right now. So if we focus on the number that resigned, in 2021, there were a total of 74 resignations. We had deemed that, not just us, but from a national perspective, 2021 was the year of the Great Resignation. So you saw there were 74 resignations in the police department in 2021, and to date, 6 months in, there are 26. So if we were to annualize that out, the 26 that they have now, we're going to start to look more like pre-pandemic in terms of the number resigned. So while 26 is not good, it does resemble the way things looked back in 2017, 2018, prior to the pandemic. So while, again, 26 does not look good, I think it's headed in a much better direction than what we experienced in 2021. So I did want to share that particular slide with you. Now, in terms of our recruitment strategy, in terms of what we are doing and what we have been doing since we've been experiencing the critical shortages that we've had within general government and our public safety departments. Our goal, of course, is to hire and retain as many qualified applicants as we can. Our goal is to hire them as quickly as we can and keep them for as long as we can. Our recruitment and retention strategy includes both internal and external. We have always had a very good and positive and robust, I would say, internal strategy in terms of recruitment and retention. Many of the applicants that come to us will come and they will fill entry-level positions. Once they have gained experience, once they've gained knowledge, they know more about the organization, they position themselves to be promotable. And many of those employees that come into the organizations within a year to 2 years and 3 years, they are promoted. And that's a very good thing because that helps us not only with recruitment, but it helps us with retention. An applicant that finds themselves being able to come into one position, they start out making however much they're making, but then they gain experience and they find themselves being able to be promoted. And that's a lot of what the hiring managers are looking for, somebody that's got experience that can hit the ground running. And that's what we get from our internal applicants when they apply for positions. And then externally, we are doing a lot of work, so the numbers that we showed you in terms of the reduction that you see in the critical vacancies is not without a whole lot of work from a whole lot of departments. As you see here on this particular slide, we have either hosted or participated in more than 50 hiring fairs. That's just in the last 6 months. And we'll probably do the same thing in the next 6 months because that's what it takes nowadays. And that's what we're doing. So we utilize our advertising and marketing strategies, of course, on our homepage, our CCG homepage. We advertise all of our careers there, utilizing governmentjobs.com, Indeed, Glassdoor, which are popular sites where a diversity of candidates and applicants can be found. We really have seen tremendous results from advertising and working with colleges, universities, and high schools, and certainly with the social media outlets. We are on them all, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram. We are on all of those, and we continue to have a presence there. I did want to mention specifically as it relates to colleges, universities, and high schools, that's where I see the police department especially working there to increase the number of applicants for the police cadet program. So we're seeing very good things, results in that area. Of course, school is out right now, high school is out right now, but that'll be next month, and August they'll be able to start back with the high school, and they're in all of the high schools as relates to the cadet programs, and not only CPD, but other public safety departments are as well. And one of the things that helps us with our recruitment strategy is being able to partner with as many organizations as we can, including the Goodwill Career Center. They have just been a tremendous partner with us in terms of the hiring fairs that we've been able to host. Fort Benning has been a tremendous partner. We've been able to go there, and that's a fertile ground for recruitment. The Department of Labor, and of course the news media outlets, that's been helpful. And I mentioned the colleges, universities, and the high school that we continue to partner with them. And this is one of our e-flyers that you'll see posted. It's on our website now. And this is just one of the flyers that we developed to promote and advertise our hiring. We use our QR code a lot. If you just take your cell phone, point it to the QR code there, turn your camera on, click it on the, just point to the QR code there, and it'll take you to our career opportunities webpage, and you can apply right there immediately. So I also wanted to mention in terms of how our recruitment processes are going. Back in February, we reported the number of new hires. If you look at January to March, I had my numbers here. Let's just see how many was that. In January to March, that first quarter, we hired 156 new applicants. We added those to our payrolls. So those were really good numbers. And then so for the second quarter, from April, May, and June, we hired another 193 applicants. We added those to our payroll. So since January of this year, we have added 349 new hires to our payroll. So those are really, really good numbers. And those would be excellent numbers if we didn't have the turnover that we experience sometimes. So we're still experiencing turnover, and we do believe that the things that we are doing now, especially with the classification and comp study, is going to help us with our retention. But we are working feverishly on this every day, and our results are, the efforts of are paying off in terms of the things that we're doing. So I think we're headed in a very, very good direction in terms of our working on these critical vacancies, trying to, number one, recruit, and then ultimately be able to retain. And in terms of the other things that we're continuing to do, this has been said often that sometimes we don't toot our own horn. We don't tell about the really good things that we do. We don't tell about the good atmosphere that we have here, the camaraderie that we have here. We don't talk about a lot of the mentoring that a lot of times when you come in as a new employees, the seniors, the experienced employees are able to provide. And we've got to do a much better job at that in terms of letting those who might be interested in working with the City of Columbus know just how awesome and amazing it is to be able to be associated with the City of Columbus. But that concludes my presentation, Mr. City Manager. If there are any questions from the council, I'll be glad to entertain that.
Councilor Tucker.
Yes, thank you. And we're speaking of critical vacancies. I was at Martin Army Hospital, Community Hospital yesterday. They are short like 15 pharmacy techs. The lab had at least 100 people waiting. I mean, it was something unbelievable that I've never seen. I'm sure we're gonna continue to have these critical vacancies because it's everywhere. Everywhere you go to the commissary, they only had like 3 lines open, you know? And one of the things I was concerned about is burnout, because one of the ladies that was taking, you know, giving my prescription, she was like, she can't keep up with the demand of, you know, how much the workload.
Yeah.
They've extended their hours only because they don't have enough people. That way they can see the individuals. But for me, we put in a prescription order a week before. You come and stand in line, and then you have to come back. They give you a date to come back. So I'm really concerned. I'm concerned about, I was wondering if this has impacted like the leave, like are the employees able to actually take leave? I know some of the Parks and Rec only have like one permanent full-time employee, and then we have probably like 1 or 2 part-time. Is that like a problem right now?
That is a problem, and I see the Metro director in the back, and I'd like to put her on the spot.
Yeah.
Why don't you come, you know, put up the slide that shows the vacancies at Metro. You know, they've been running a Saturday schedule for more than a year, and you see the vacancy rate at Metro. And are employees able to take vacation? Are they, talk about, are you allowing them vacation? Are they burning out? I know your supervisors, everybody's driving. What's going on?
Well, yes and no. At Metro, we have always allowed employees to take leave that is scheduled.
Yeah.
So they can take, for bus operators, and that's the critical vacancies, they have always, we've never taken away from them to be able to take 2 weeks every 6 months if they have that leave accrued. So that's probably the reason we're able to retain those that we have. But during your tenure, Ms. Goodwin, as director, and my predecessor, when we didn't have this critical shortage, they could come in and take random days in addition to 2 weeks every 6 months. You know, if they had an event to go to, or they just needed to take a day, they could do that. As it is now, they cannot. They cannot take random days. If they schedule a week vacation, that week is given to them, because we realize they can't just drive forever and not have time off. But some employees, if they're brand new, if they're new at Metro, it takes a year or so to accrue the 2 weeks. So they have to build that leave up before they can take a full week, because we have to have it planned. We have to know that you're going to take, say, the week of July 4th off, so that we can plan for staff to be there. So random days, that doesn't work. We can't have a person say, I need next Wednesday off, because we don't have the staff, and we can't plan for next Wednesday that we don't know about.
So are they working a lot of overtime?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Lots of overtime, a whole lot of overtime.
And how,
So
is that burning them out to that?
They do get burned out. They are very, very tired. I go in on Saturdays, you know, to be there, show my presence, get on a bus, pass out business cards, telling people, you know, if you're interested in driving a bus, we're hiring. If you know someone, just 2 Saturdays ago, I was on a bus. So,
you were driving?
No, sir. That's coming. But I was
It's
riding.
coming,
I rode the routes.
Yeah, but you have a CDL.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
you can drive.
I
a bus.
am contemplating. I'm seriously, it's getting there. Before, on
That
Saturdays.
you're going to be driving?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will be. I haven't talked with staff yet, because, you know, it's been about 25 years since I've driven a bus. So every bus is new, every fare box is new, everything about the vehicle is new. So I'm putting together a plan where The bus operators will train me. Bus operators will train me. We're putting together something where it's a day with the director. It'll be on Saturdays because I have to work Monday through Friday, my job. But it'll be on Saturdays to come in and give them some relief. So we're putting things in
And
place.
if it's concerning you, she won like second place in the state rodeos when she was, so she is have you ever won first place?
I was very close. No, sir. I did not.
But anyway, but
first
thanks, I
place,
just wanted to.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And that was my main concern, and, you know, it's funny now, because when you visit certain areas now, you're always thinking, well, I wonder if the city employees are, you know, dealing with these type of issues. Like, your thought process is different now, because I'm always thinking about the city when I'm talking to, you know, interacting with other people, not only at Fort Benning, but in other cities and states. But that was alarming for her to just, and I said she must really been having a bad day, because it was 4:15 and she just, you know, was telling everything about how burnt out she was. And I was like, I wonder if our employees are having, and this just happened yesterday, so.
So just a quick question about number of hours. Our drivers will drive a minimum of how many hours and a maximum of how many hours in a week?
On an average of overtime, everybody works overtime. All of the bus operators, and they're working like 20 hours a week overtime.
So that's 60 hours.
Yes, sir. And so we're pulling maintenance staff in to drive, those who have
So the
CDL.
people who repair buses
are driving.
You're also requiring that they drive a bus?
Yes, sir. And office staff, if it's a Class C bus, we're using everybody to help out, like the Veterans Day service started on yesterday, the soft opening. We have a Class C administrative staff who is driving that today.
So you're telling me every driver drives at least 60 hours?
Not everyone. It just depends on, you know, because people still call out sick. They still call out sick. They still have things going on. So it could vary from week to week depending on call-outs. COVID, you have someone out with, just different reasons. But most people average anywhere from 10 to 20 hours of overtime a week.
Every week?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. So any other questions of the HR director? We just want to give you a sample of what your employees and departments are dealing with.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. So next, we've got the American Rescue Plan update, Deputy City Manager Hodge.
Good afternoon. Will just be a quick update. This is the same information that you've heard before, so I'll run through it rather quickly. There's a couple of things that's new that I wanted to make sure we pointed out. Of course, the ARP was signed into law back in 2021, which was $362 billion in direct aid. There is specific uses of how these funds can be spent. And we were allocated $78 million. We have received both the first year and phase 2 funding. So we have received the total amount that was allocated both as a city and a county. We have those in our bank account. The funds, eligible costs had to be incurred between March 3rd. We have a deadline of December 31st for those funds to be committed and then expended by December 31st of 2026. So as you know, in the first phase, automation of garbage collection, so that process is moving forward. The carts have been delivered, and we're just waiting on the delivery of the trucks to fully implement that program. The ambulances, we expect delivery by the end of this year. Community Safeguard Program, Cure Violence is moving forward. Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin is providing a camera update to you today. The broadband cybersecurity upgrades is moving forward. We've been able to utilize revenue recovery and that provided hotel motel tax recipients with the funding that they lost out on due to COVID. And then we also provided premium pay for public safety and other essential employees. What I want to talk about today specifically, and you approved the reallocation of those funds from nonprofit and economic tourism to the small business grant program. We have basically exhausted that $3 million. I will tell you that we have provided grants to 91 small businesses, 4 economic tourism organizations, and 28 nonprofits to utilize those funds. We have 114 applications for small businesses that have been submitted that we've exhausted the funding. So that reallocation could potentially reach at least 28 of this 114 businesses, and then the rest of them will carry over into the state funding. So if all of these receive the $40,000, we have probably exhausted our funds and the state funds. So we have cut off the portal for application submission because we think once we work through all the applications that have been submitted that we will have exhausted the funds allocated. There is also, in addition to the ones that have completed all of the documentation that we need to review, there are also 665 applications in process. These are businesses that started this procedure, going through the application process and didn't get through all of the steps. So we have more than enough applications for the city allocation and the state allocation at this point. I did talk about the $4 million. This is broken out into between $3 million for small business and $1 million for nonprofit. So nonprofits is one of those categories that we will need to do some more outreach to nonprofits. We only have about 100, just a little over 100 that are in process. So we want to go back through those applicants to see if there's some assistance that we can provide to nonprofits as well. Phase 2 funding. Again, we have received the Phase 2 funding. We've started that process to get information from department heads and elected officials on their request. We've given them a deadline of next Friday. We'll go through that list as our ARP internal committee under the city manager in the month of August. And we'll come back to a presentation to City Council to provide you with an all-inclusive list of everything that departments have submitted. We will again go out to the public as we did the first time to get citizen input, get any additional projects that want to be added to that list in October, and coming back through the city manager's office, a final recommended list for council's consideration by November of this year. So by the end of the year, we'll have presented and accumulated a project list for consideration by council.
So Mayor and Council, just in summary, the ARP team composed of both deputy city managers, the finance director, HR director, and IT director, they've solicited from all departments a list of critical needs that meet the ARP guidelines. They are going to compile that list and unedited, that list, when we come to you, will show you that here's the unedited list. It may have $200 million on it. We know we only have 39 million. You can add to that list, what you would like to see that perhaps is not on that list, and then we'll have that final list. And so the idea, like we did the last time, we go to the public, and we had 3 public meetings the last time, and we hear from them. And then the staff will compile a recommended list of projects that meet the criteria of ARP within the dollars that we have available for your consideration. And that's kind of how it went the last time. That's kind of the process this time. So we'll hear from the departments, we'll hear from the council, we'll hear from the public, and that's the total list. So any questions of the deputy city manager at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And so the final presentation is the comprehensive camera update. Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin.
Good afternoon. Just want to provide you with an update of where we are with our camera project. If you recall, January 22nd of this year, through Resolution 029-22, you approved the purchase of Phase 1 of our camera program. Let me just remind you the capabilities of those cameras that were approved, and of course, tag reading capability. Mobile cameras we will have in both high illegal dumping areas and high crime areas. And then, of course, the ability for public safety to have network access to those 360-degree cameras. We will use the same vendor and the software for all of those, and we'll provide VPN access to view those as well on iPhones and cell phones. At this point, I do want to show you just a video of what these cameras look like, the clarity of them. This is just, this is Tillis summer camp, and this is the clarity of those cameras. This is what they look like. Very clear. You can go in and look at the detail.
Live?
Look at them. This is not live.
Okay.
This is not live. This was a view the other day. So again, just wanted you to see the clarity of it. I do have access, and I can watch all of these on my phone and others as well. That's what it will look like. This is what we could see.
You have it on your cell phone?
I do, and I can see it
that you can
live.
pull up any of this?
Any of those at any location.
So you just haven't given it to me yet?
That's right, not yet. It's coming. But anyway. But that's where we are. And then, of course, when you look at the coverage of the cameras throughout the city, this is what the coverage will look like. Again, all of these are going to be in city facilities. We've had people to ask, hey, can I get on my street or on this corner or that? It's public facilities is where we have the cameras. Again, the locations are listed here through Parks and Recreation, our public safety areas, Metro, Civic Center, Trade Center, Public Works, in all of those. That's where these cameras will be located for phases 1, 2, and 3. Mobile cameras will be in high crime areas, and those locations will be determined by the police chief of where those will go. We will have our vendor to come in the first 10 locations that the chief wants to place them. They will place them there. And the same thing in our high illegal dumping areas. Our public works director will determine where those will be placed. And then as they move them along, we're going to be working and talking with our engineering staff to assist us with moving them as needed. And so we're going to be getting that training as well. Implementation phases. Again, there are 3 phases. Phase 1 we are currently operating in, and that is for parks and rec facilities, Riverwalk trails, and then of course the mobile cameras at a cost of $3.2 million. And then after that is fully implemented, everything is complete, we will then go to phase 2, which will include our public safety agencies. And then of course phase 3, as you see, will be Metro, the Civic Center, Public Works, and the Trade Center. Now, phase 1 is approximately 44% complete. We have over 170 cameras in locations right now. 9 sites within public Parks and Recreation are 100% complete. 5 sites are more than 50% complete, and then we have 5 sites that are less than 50% complete, and 12 sites that we have not yet started. We do expect to have all of this 100% complete within the next 2 to 3 months. And of course, we, just like others, have supply chain issues, and so that's kind of where we are in terms of just being able to have everything complete. And so it's fluid. That could change. We could finish sooner than that, and depending on the supply, it could be later than that. But right now, we are saying within 2 to 3 months, Phase 1 will be fully implemented, fully complete, everything installed. Phase 2 and 3, of course, we will come back to you, share with you when that will begin. We'll be able to look at the list that we have for Phase 2 and 3. If anything needs to change or to be added, we will do that at that time. But of course, just like with Phase 1, we will come back to you, and you're going to get the final approval, have the final approval, and say so of how we move forward and what that cost is going to be. And so we will certainly come back with you, to you on that. Any questions?
Questions? We don't see any. Thank you for the update. Mayor, that concludes my agenda.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Councilor Huff?
Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge, I need to ask her a question. If you would be so kind, Mr. Dean sent us an email to, I think, Councilor Thomas, Councilor House, and us about the Fort Benning Streetscape project.
Yes,
And about the upkeep, and he just wanted to hear.
Yes, so we received your email. We are working between the contractor and Public Works. There are different sections of Fort Benning Road. Some the city has taken over. There is one section that the contractor is going to do one last cleanup on, and then that will be turned over to Public Works. I don't have the specific street names, but by the end of July, it will all be the responsibility of Public Works to do the maintenance along Fort Benning Road.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, your agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the clerk's agenda, item 1, this is a resolution to excuse Councilor Barnes.
Motion second to approve the resolution excusing Councilor Barnes. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved. There's a motion and a second to receive the minutes. Anybody want any of these pulled or discussed? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed? Right, they're received.
Okay, next we have board appointments. We will begin with the mayor's appointment for the 457 Deferred Compensation Board. Mayor Henderson is nominating Deputy Fire Chief Stephen Daniel Horde, and he may be confirmed.
Motion to confirm Deputy Chief Horde. Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Confirmed.
Next, we have the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters. Mr. Mayor is working on this appointment. For the Convention and Visitors Board of Commissioners, Mr. Mayor is nominating Amy Bryan to succeed Donna Hicks.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Bryant. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed.
Next, we have the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees. We have the seat of Audrey Hollingsworth. Mr. Mayor is nominating Jack Warden for this seat, and he may be confirmed.
There's a motion and a second to confirm Mr. Warden. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
And Mr. Mayor is working on the seat for Renee McEnany. We also have council district seat appointments. For the Public Safety Advisory Commission, the District 3 seat has been declared vacant and is open for nomination from the District 3 counselor. Thank you, Councilor Huff. Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. We have the Board of Honor. The seat of the late Bob Heydrich is open for nominations. I did just want to mention that all of the members serving on this board must be former elected officials of Muskogee County. Next, for the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters, the seat of Harry Underwood
Counselor Tucker is nominating Maddie Hall, and we will bring this recommendation back for confirmation at the next meeting. We also have open for nominations the seat of Rose Spencer and Sarah Ann Arcelia. For the Cooperative Extension Advisory Board, we have the seat of Margaret Higdon. This seat is open for nominations. For the Development Authority of Columbus, Councilor Garrett has nominated Mr. Travis Chambers, and we will bring this back for confirmation at the next meeting. For the Personnel Review Board, yes, Councilor Crabb, I did mention it at the last meeting, so if council wanted to move for. Okay.
All right, there's a motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Thank you. For the Personnel Review Board, we have 2 alternate seats that are open for nominations. The seat of Darlene Small and Dr. Shanita Petaway. For the Retirees Health Benefits Committee, the seat of Esther Radcliffe. This seat is open for nominations. For the Tree Board, we have 3 seats that are open for nominations. These are slated for the Environmental Advocacy Representative, the Educator seat, and the Residential Development seat. We also have the Valley Partnership Joint Development Authority, the seat of Gary Jones. We did receive a recommendation from the mayor's office for Herman Lewis, if a member of council wanted to make that nomination.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to place in nomination Herman Lewis for this position.
Okay. We will bring this back at the next meeting
Thank you, Mayor.
for confirmation. And that is all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, any further business needs to come before the council? Motion second to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.